Good morning, members, and welcome to this meeting of the Education and Learning Committee. First of all, good news. We're delighted to have here today representatives from the Dumfries and Galloway Burns Association. After being medal winners at the regional competition in February and 23rd of March, a team representing the Burns Association secondary schools took part in the National Schools Burns competition in Gourock. As well as winning many individual trophies and medals, the team won the overall team trophies in singing, recitation, instrumental and bagpiping, and took the overall team trophy. This is a magnificent achievement. We have some of the trophy winners here today. If you just give them a wee twirl around and show them your cups and your shields. Big round of applause. As a taster of the performances, Seth Byers will give you a short extract from his winning poem.
An extract from Address to the Haggis by Robert Burns. His knife, see rustic, laboured, dicht, and cut you up with ready slicht, trenching your gushing entails bricked like ony ditch. And then, oh, what a glorious sight! Worm leaking, rich. Then horn for horn they stretch and strive till tack the hindmost on they drive, till all the wheels swell kites alive are bent like drums. The old geatman may strike derive. Oh, the thank it hums.
Well done, Seth, and everybody else. Thank you very much for that. And I will leave you with another final big round of applause for all your achievements. Thank you. Members, this meeting has been live streamed and recorded and will be made available for viewing through our council's website. Remote participants, please follow the good practice guidance, which includes muting microphones and switching off your video when you're not addressing the meeting. Writing speak in the Teams chat function when you want to contribute. If you're in the hall, you can do this on your iPhone or iPad. Please don't repeat contributions already made by other members. No material should be posted in the chat function if it's intended as part of the discussion. The usual standing orders apply, including that any votes will be undertaken by roll call. If any member has to leave the meeting, please either leave the Teams meeting for that period of time or write leave in the Teams chat function and then join when you rejoin the meeting, so we can track on whether the meeting is quorate. All members should speak clearly and directly into the microphone when making contributions, and when referring to reports, please provide reference to the relevant page and paragraph to allow everyone to follow. Please focus contributions on areas where clarification is required or to propose an alternative to a recommendation. We have several important reports to consider today, and I anticipate we'll deal with business in our usual efficient manner. The first item on the agenda is Sederant, apologies, and Chair's approval of members' remote participation. I approve members' remote participation. Stacey, can you provide the Sederant and any apologies?
Thanks, Chair. Good morning, everyone. We've got 23 members present in total. We've got 15 present in the council chambers, being the Chair, Councillor Dashper, Councillor Davis, Councillor Dorward, Councillor Howie, Councillor Jameson, Councillor Little, Councillor Lowe, Councillor Scobie, Councillor Stevenson, Councillor Stitt, Councillor Wilson, and we've got Julie Irvin, Mel McGill and Thomas Payne present in person. We've got 8 members present on Microsoft Teams, being Councillor Karen Crothers, Councillor Dempster, Councillor Hill, Councillor Ingalls, Councillor McGregor, Councillor McCammon, Councillor Young, and we've also got Stuart Clement present on Microsoft Teams. Not present at the start of the meeting is the Vice Chair, and also Laura Moody, Anne Barber, Robert McQuiston, Sam Scobie and Lydia Elizabeth Shaw, our Youth Council rep, is not present at the start. I've got one apology from Councillor Wood. Thanks, Chair.
Apologies also from Councillor Johnson. She's attending the funeral. Thank you. I've approved the remote participation and declarations of interest. Any declarations of interest? Councillor Stevenson.
I declare an interest in agenda item 6 due to a child at one of the schools, so I'll need to leave the meeting because obviously we're discussing funds at that point. Thank you.
I would also like to give a statement of connection as well. My granddaughter attends Lorburn Primary School, but I don't think it's sufficient interest for me to leave leave that item. Okay. Any other interests or connections? No. We're on to item 3, minutes of previous meeting of 14th March, which are for approval. Members, can we approve the minutes of the meeting held on the 25th of January 2024? Yeah, thank you. That's approved. We're on to item 4, Learning for Sustainability Update. Substantial report by the Executive Director of Education, Skills and Community Wellbeing. Andrea McFarlane and Rachel Williams are here to assist if members have any questions. Before I open it up to the members, there is some positive news about our sustainability plan update. Director.
Thank you, Chair. There's a couple of updates since the report was written. We have Georgetown Primary School have won Keep Scotland Beautiful Climate Action Project of the Year for their work around, for the pupils' work around fast fashion. So that's excellent. We were also the first local authority in Scotland to have all our schools registered with Rights Respect in Schools. We will now be the first local authority in Scotland to have them all accredited. So there's a slight amendment to paragraph 4.12. We now have 72 schools accredited with bronze, 31 with silver and 7 with gold. And that includes BTIC Primary School, who have been re-accredited with their gold. Thank you.
That's very positive. Any members want to come in on this one? Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, I think it's important to note on page 21, Mrs Belford from Wallace Hall Academy was awarded the Keep Scotland Beautiful Climate Action Schools Eco-Coordinator of the Year Award. So well done, Mrs Belford.
Any other contributions?
Thanks, Chair. No, it's a really good report and always really interesting to see what's going on within our schools. And I know my own wee girl's school, she was super chuffed when they got their silver award in the Rights Respect in Schools. But I'm just wondering what's been done to encourage the schools that aren't participate. Please, thank you.
That is all of our, thank you, Councillor. That is all our schools accredited, and they've achieved at least a minimum of bronze now.
And are they being encouraged to go on and do their silver and gold?
Yes.
Yeah, cool.
Yes, that'll be the next step. So the bronze is the action plan for silver.
Don't see any other contributions. It's a positive report. So let's go to the recommendations. We're asked to note the continuing relevance of learning for sustainability in the curriculum. Paragraph 4.1 to 4.5 in the Scottish Government publication of Scotland's Learning for Sustainability Action Plan 2023 to 2030, paragraph 4.6. Noted. Note the updated membership of Dumfries and Galloway Learning for Sustainability Partnership Group 4.5. Note 3. Note the Dumfries and Galloway Learning for Sustainability Strategy, paragraph 4.6, 7 and 8. 4. Note the Education and Learning Directorate's Learning for Sustainability Final Evaluation Report 2022-23, paragraphs 4.9 Note the continuing engagement with wider learning for sustainability opportunities and partnership working which is taking place 4:10 to 4:15, and engagement with Dumfries and Galloway Outdoor and Woodland Learning, paragraphs 4:10, 4.14, 4.15, and 6. Note the engagement with teams across the wider council, paragraphs 4:16-4 to 4:19. We're happy to note all these points. Yeah. Willie?
Yeah, just recognising that.
Councillor Scobie?
Yeah, fine. Just recognising the success and the achievements, then would it be appropriate for you to write to all just to recognise this, so that the schools see that it's been before the Education Committee, and we are delighted to note the success.
I would be happy to arrange for that to take place. And just for members' interest, yesterday we received we have a very good working relationship with colleagues in Education Scotland, and I had notification of a commendation from the Interim Chief Executive of Education Scotland, the fact that this report had come to committee. So these are noted nationally, and it's good to see the work of Dumfries and Galloway schools having that profile. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll move on to number 5, a consultation delivery of curriculum transformation, report by Executive Director, Education Skills and Community and Wellbeing. We had a full discussion at the last meeting on the benefits and obstacles to the asymmetric week, and today we're concentrating on the mandates that we're asking to do a consultation. This is going to be a huge consultation, one of the biggest consultations we've carried out, and we hope to deliver it in the next 5 months. And I've got Alison Chambers and Jim Brown are here to assist. If members have any questions, just to ask Alison and Jim about the consultation. Do you believe this consultation is really robust and can deliver to the committee on that? Thank you. Jim Brown.
Thanks. Just one correction. To my right is in fact Campbell Wilson rather than Alison Chambers. Just a minor point, really. But thank you for the introduction there, Councillor. Yes, I think we've had the member officer seminar. I've spoken to elected members around this, and just to reiterate the point you made there, Chair, that today the discussion is around the mandate rather than the implementation. But thank you. Any questions?
So open up to members for questions. I've got Councillor Wilson.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just looking at 3.2 on page 117, where it states that currently schools across the region can choose to implement a timetable that suits their specific needs. So I'm just wondering, given that this has again been brought before committee, if we can get clarification what the views of head teachers on these proposals are. Because I have spoke to a fair few head teachers this week, and I've had quite mixed feedback actually. And obviously it would be a big change. I'm also wondering, as a parent, what I can expect to see with regards to the consultation. And I've agreed the consultation would be from June to the end of September. And I just think it's a wee bit bizarre to have a consultation about the school day during the school holidays, and parent councils won't be sitting and families will be away on holiday. Thank you.
Yeah, Jim?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Wilson. In terms of the head teachers, we've brought this before head teacher strategy, and I've had, as you can imagine, individual conversations with head teachers. You're absolutely right to say that the wording of the paper is exactly correct, that those models were there to suit individual needs. However, we have got the enthusiastic agreement from our head teacher group that this would actually be something that would, over the piece and over the geographical area, enhance the delivery. So I think I would agree that there will be individual challenges within individual schools about how they then continue with certain particular ways of doing things. However, the recognition is that overall this will be beneficial for our young people. Thank you. If I could pass over to Campbell for the other part of your question. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. I think you're right to point out that the consultation in the time frame is ambitious, but we believe absolutely deliverable. And you asked how you would be involved as a parent. All parents will receive an audio PowerPoint introducing them to the outline of the school week, and there will thereafter be a survey. But on top of that, there'll be 16 community drop-in sessions taking place in each of our 16 secondary schools, at which parents and wider stakeholders will be invited to come and discuss and to view presentations on the proposals.
Caroline?
That's great, thank you. Just going back to the head teachers I've spoken to, most of them actually, they saw the main benefit only for recruitment and retention, and although I get that's important, not one of them actually mentioned about benefits to the children in learning. So just to put that point across, thank you.
Benefits to young people. I think that's at the heart. I think that's the benefits to young people are at the heart of this consultation, Councillor Wilson. I think. And do you want to come in, Jim?
Yeah, thank you for that. No, you're absolutely right. The head teachers will see the practicalities of the recruitment retention issue very, very clearly. This will be a significant benefit to that. And put it the other way around, if we do not, but now we're getting out of the terms of the purpose of this paper today, but if we were to remain a 5-day week, we would then very likely have challenges in terms of recruitment. However, just to reiterate, today we're not really talking about that. We're simply talking about that we would like the opportunity, that's what the paper's about, to seek your approval, to reach out to our communities, to understand better what they feel, what they think, what their concerns and worries are, maybe what they think the huge benefits are, but that's the purpose of today's paper. Perhaps, Campbell, you might have some ideas on some of the benefits, just very briefly. Thank you.
Yes, we're making these proposals because we think there are benefits, and that's the chief reason for making the proposals, is because there are benefits for young people that we perceive. When head teachers were asked on the 17th of April to identify the benefits that they saw, they very much identified benefits to young people as part of their response. They felt it would be better for young people's well-being, and that it would offer them wider opportunities for extracurricular activities and wider achievement. So, as Jim Brown has said, we are seeking a mandate to be approved to take this to stakeholders and explore those benefits and capture the challenges and mitigations that undoubtedly will be there, so that we can best plan how they might be overcome.
We've got a number of speakers now. I think thanks, Councillor Wilson, for this question, because that's something that I raised, that to get an assurance that this consultation is robust and it can be delivered in time, and I've absolutely had that assurance. It's going to be one of the biggest sort of council sort of consultations that we've had, and it certainly an issue which will bring lots of public interest. I've got Councillor McGregor, Little, Irving, Scobie, Ingalls, and Councillor Dorward as well.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yeah, thanks to the officers, but I really do think that we need to focus on the consultation mandate, not the benefits or disbenefits at this stage, because we're absolutely not agreeing to anything other than a consultation mandate. And I want to be very clear about that. This is not fait accompli. It's a very comprehensive exercise to ascertain stakeholders' views on the potential of, and I think we need to be very clear about that as elected members when we're giving a steer. I thank the officers for the report. I think it's very comprehensive. I think the mandate that is detailed in the appendix for me covers the breadth and scope of the stakeholders that we do need to be consulting with, and I'm fairly comfortable with that. I'm very happy that our communities teams, our community empowerment teams are going to be involved in that, because they are really good at consultation. And I think back to the days when we did a consultation around cluster working, and we went out around the region and we spoke to everybody that we needed to speak to. Very comprehensive with elected members involved in that. And I think that this kind of replicates, if not, as the chair's already said, goes further than we've probably done before. I do share Councillor Wilson's concerns around the time frame. And I think that we are going to have to be mindful of the fact that we also have a general election on the 4th of July now, which is going to tip into some of the working time that the officers and communities team and what have you are going to need to do the consultation, and that they will get taken away to do pre-election stuff. So I'll wait to hear what other members have to say, but I do think that we're maybe going to have to extend the timeline, look practically at whether we can actually start in June if staff are going to be off doing other things for the general election. As I say, I'll wait to hear views from other members, but I wonder if we should push the timeline back from, say, July to October, or do the initial meetings in schools in June, but extend the actual consultation period up to October, just to make sure that we've captured everybody. As Councillor Wilson says, it's not ideal doing this over a summer holiday period, but I'll not move anything to that effect at the moment. I'll wait to hear what other members have to say.
Oh, well, Rishi Sunak didn't take that into consideration when he announced his election. You want to comment on that, whether on that?
Just that. Thank you to Councillor McGregor for the comments. She's absolutely right to focus on the fact that today we are not talking about the implementation. We're simply talking about requesting your approval for the mandate for consultation. But thank you for that, Councillor McGregor.
Okay, thanks. That's mindful for the other participants in the debate, that try and stick to the consultation mandate and whether we want to give approval to that. And I'll ask Councillor Tracy Little to come in now.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I appreciated the time that the team took out to come and see all the groups and speak to the groups. It was somewhat helpful. Firstly, I think these are two separate items. I believe the aligned timetable can go ahead with or without the 4.5-day week. So I think we should have had these presented separately. However, I do support the alignment of the timetable. I've got absolutely no issues. The 4.5-day week, I'll start with, I am not opposing the consultation, absolutely not. So I'm not trying to be difficult here. We should definitely be making sure parents and carers have their opinions heard and considered. But to avoid confusion, it's essential that the parents and carers are fully aware of the proposals in enough details. There's many questions for me, and I know other members saying we shouldn't be sort of wandering into this territory, but there's still loads of questions for me that haven't been answered. How do we consult without giving people options? I mean, what will the consultation cover? Questions, answers, what's going to be involved in that? I mean, how can we ask people to choose without fully working out a timetable for a Friday afternoon, for some options, with the transport issues not fully addressed? I just need some assurance that the information that I think is really missing here will be included in the consultation. Because I have 3 children, and when they were at school, if I'd been given a consultation without these, if I would just get, do we want a 4.5-day week? My kids would all have said, yeah, absolutely. But me as a parent would have had loads of questions. What do I do in the afternoon? What's happening with this? And I worry about it. I'd like to know what we're going to be consulting on and what kind of things we're going to be asked. And I'd like assurance that that's going to be really informative. And I said, I'm not being awkward. I just feel that we owe it to do this right. And I really would like us to do it once and completely right. Thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with asking awkward questions. Jim, can we give an assurance that these things will be looked at in the consultation?
Absolutely. Thank you, Chair. Yes.
You've got an assurance that we will be taking everything. I think all these issues will be raised at all the meetings, and we'll have to have answers by the end of the consultation to all these before members can agree the 4.5 day week. I've got Julie Irvin coming now.
Thank you, Chair. It was just for a point for clarification. I think it's really important that we take this out and we consult with staff, parents, everybody who is a stakeholder in our school. I know the previous consultation that looked at it was a little bit muddied because there was the mention of aligning timetables to enable online classes to take place, and I think they're two different issues. So I just want a bit of clarification about, is the consultation specifically about the asymmetric week, or is it about aligning timetables for certificated classes online? Because they're two different things, and I think that was just what I would like clarified. Thank you.
Clarification on that, please, Jim.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Julie. Yeah, the agreement around alignment was at this committee in 2018. You'll be aware of that. You'll remember that one. So that is already agreed and will be implemented regardless. And you're right to say, and I think it was identified at the last Education and Learning Committee, that confusion existed between those two areas. This is specifically a consultation around the 4.5 day week, not around timetable alignment. Thank you.
Have that, Julie? Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
We're on to Councillor Scobie, followed by Councillor Ingalls.
Yeah, Chair, my first point would be on 4.3, and we raised it at aye and...
Speak up a bit, will you?
Okay. Aye, it's really around 4.3, my first question, and we raised this at the last Education Committee meeting in terms of the non-teaching staff being part of the working group, but I don't see that being extended in there to the non-teaching staff, and the unions in particular were concerned that they weren't part of that, or at least that they weren't consulted on. So maybe if we could get clarification why we haven't, and if we would consider it as a committee. Like others have said, I think it is a tight timeline. It's an ambitious one to achieve, and maybe we should look at what Councillor McGregor said in terms of extending this, because I've looked at the mandate, and I can only really see, unless there is clarification on this one, the one where there's face-to-face with citizens, parents and carers. All the rest seem to be focus groups and online. How many face-to-face meetings are we going to have? Because if we go back to the cluster, they were very much face-to-face in each of the schools that were being clustered, twinned or tripled. So I would hope that we are doing a lot more face-to-face than maybe just one that I'm identifying here, so I could have clarification on that one. And the other one was that as ward members, we met with the ward members in the Youth Council and the Youth Parliament, and we asked them this very question about the 4.5 day week. And there was some interesting. One of the pupils talked about the asymmetric week and how COVID was a big deterrent to go on online teaching, and he felt that he was against the whole idea of moving on to a 4.5 day week for that very reason, that he wouldn't want to go back to online teaching as they did throughout COVID. Another interesting point was, and we're talking about the 4.5 day week, where it's being identified as Friday as the half day, and they put the suggestion was put that maybe a Wednesday would be better to give a break in the week. So how open is the consultation if it comes back that maybe the Friday isn't it? If they support the 4.5 day week, that Friday necessarily doesn't mean to say that this is the day that we take as the half day. So there are many interesting aspects, but it's really around getting to everybody and how many face-to-face meetings we're going to have in this period, so that people can get their voice. Because I was at a parent council meeting where the head teacher thought it was a fait accompli, but none of the parent council members actually had heard of this 4.5-day week, particularly in primaries. So there's a lot in here in terms of the mandate, and that we are getting to everyone to give them the opportunity to at least be consulted on the issue.
Thank you. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Scobie. There's quite a lot in there, as you say. I'll take the first point, and if I miss anything, please forgive me. But the first point was around representation on the working group. I can tell you that obviously the working group is representation on the working group. I have made personally invitations, and I have made invitations to non-teaching unions to be part of that working group. But until the mandate is approved, we're not in full flow with the working group. But I can assure you that non-teaching union representations have been sought on that. In terms of the number of face-to-face meetings in total, I can't give you a number today, but I can assure you that there will be face-to-face meetings with the Parent Council Forum in terms of the representatives of parent councils, and I will be willing to attend as many parent council meetings across the region as I am invited to. And we will try to maximise that face-to-face with parent councils and with youth council and with the Board of Champions, which is a group of young people who represent looked after and accommodated children, of whom I became aware of this week. And they will also be included in face-to-face meetings, should they wish to be. As to the timeline for the consultation, I would defer to my colleague Jim Brown on that point.
Thanks, Campbell. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Scobie. The timeline, yeah, is ambitious, but I think what we have got is a team, and Councillor McGregor mentioned that as well. We have got officers lined up. We've got a very clear mandate in terms of consultation mandate, in terms of what we're going to do. We can get into schools very, very quickly. So I take the point as well about July, sorry, I'm speaking to the microphone, about July the 4th. But clearly we have got weeks in school prior to that, and we can get a lot of work done before then. Yes, it is a tight timeline, but that's my responsibility to ensure that we have addressed everything within that consultation prior to bring a paper back to you as a committee in October. So in a sense, that is my challenge, but I believe it's a challenge we can meet. Councillor, au fait accompli. Yeah, no, that's obviously a misunderstanding. Not obviously, that is a misunderstanding that a particular head teacher believed that the thing was a done deal. It is not a done deal. That was their misunderstanding on that. And I'd happily have a supportive conversation with them around that. But thank you, Councillor.
Happy with that, Councillor Scobie?
The only bit was the 4.5-day week, and it's almost identified that Friday would be that. And then if it is that still an open issue, should it come back that if it is supported, that it be another day?
I think it's not a fait accompli. If people say, well, I'd rather have a Wednesday afternoon or a Monday morning or whatever, but we'd have to take that on board, wouldn't we, when it came back? If that was raised at if that was raised in the consultation, then we would have to take that into account. Yeah. Thank you. Councillor David Inglis.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I don't have any issues with the mandate for consultation. Yeah, I have issues with consultations in general. Yeah, so this one's going to have a huge impact on communities, so we need to ensure we get that right. And on that point, this is going to impact the wider community, and it's going to impact the business community, and I don't hear anything about that in this debate. I'll give you an example. I've got a couple of guys who have got kids at school who have already approached me to say that if this goes ahead, the likelihood is they'll struggle to get childcare on a Friday afternoon if it's a Friday, and they may need to go down to a 4.5-day week. So that immediately impacts my business, and I think that could be reflected right across the region. So what I'm asking is, how are we going to address that? How are you going to speak to the business community to get their feedback on this? Because they are a vital part of the local economy. So it'd be interesting to hear your views on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Inglis. I think the business community will will be able to take part in all the community meetings, but I'll pass up over.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Chair. Yes, as per the consultation mandate that we provided, face-to-face meetings with the Chamber of Commerce is there as part of our planned consultation, and I've already had pre-meeting with links with the Chamber of Commerce through Graham Galloway, who will facilitate that engagement with businesses through that. I think we also have in the paper, you'll see plans to engage with some of the larger employers in the region, NHS, Dumfries and Galloway, Police Scotland. So we're very much aware that this can impact employers, and that's why we've included it in our mandate to do so.
How about that insurance?
No, I'm sorry, I'm not, I'm afraid. Our region is made up of thousands of small businesses, 1, 2, 3 man bands, small shops, that type of stuff, who are not part of any business association or whatever. And it's all very well saying that they can come along to the public engagement. I think this should be targeted. I think there should be some way that we reach out to all of these small businesses who are the ones that will really be impacted. Not the NHS, not the council. The ones, the small businesses who are the backbone of Dumfries and Galloway. It's those people that we need to engage with to find out how this is going to impact their business. And I'd like that taken on board when it comes to doing this consultation, if that's possible. Thank you.
I think we've got assurance that all businesses will be able to take part in the consultation. It will be widely published, the consultation, and there's no barrier to any other stakeholders, members of the community, businesses taking part in it.
Yeah, sorry, Chair, can I come back again, please? I don't think that covers the point I'm making. What I'm asking is that the engagement process through this consultation, there needs to be a specific engagement with small businesses. Now, how that's done in various communities, whether it be through the ward events or whatever, I think there's something needs to be looked at within there, and it will be a large piece of work to do that. But you've got to remember that if for example, I lose 2 men on a Friday afternoon, that impacts my business on a weekly basis. So it's how we engage with those smaller businesses as part of this consultation is vital. Not just a general, there will be a public consultation. So what I'm asking is, can that be looked at, please?
Director?
I'll hand to Jim. I know he's keen to get in, but we absolutely understand particularly the challenges of, as you mentioned, the micro businesses. And that's, if it's not clear in the consultation mandate, we can try and exemplify that. But I absolutely know that the team are keen to reach out, and any assistance that members can give us in, whether it be ward events or Federation of Small Businesses or the networks that we have, you will be best placed to identify how best to reach our smallest businesses. But Jim?
That's what I was going to say, Gillian. So, thank you, Councillor Ingalls. I absolutely understand the point you're making very clearly, and we need to make sure that whilst it's perfectly reasonable, as you said, that any citizen could, irrespective of who they work for, could access the other mechanisms to give their voice. I take your point of saying, but specifically from the perspective of being a small business owner or a person who works in a small business, we need to capture that specific lens, if you like, to make sure we can report back on that. And I'd reiterate Gillian's point, say any help with that. We're certainly obviously in contact with the Chamber of Commerce. They will certainly undoubtedly be supportive with us on that, but any other support would be gratefully received. Thank you.
So, have you any
Thank
further?
Yeah, Chair, sorry, I appreciate that, and thanks for that assurance, Gillian and Jim, and I'm happy to feed into that, because I have ideas that might be beneficial to be able to get that engagement with employers who, as I say, could be severely impacted by that half-day loss at the school. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Inglis. All right, Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. And thanks for bringing the paper back and detailing the comprehensive list of individuals and groups that you're going to be consulting with. It's great. It's local democracy at work, so it's quite reassuring. I do share concerns about the timescales, and I'm not trying to operationalise something that isn't my business, but I note that the Education Committee meets again on the 10th of October. And if we're saying that the consultation runs from June to September, is it the beginning of June to the end of September, or the end of June to the beginning of September? Either way, the timescales are going to be tight. One, to consult, or two, to actually get the report back to the committee. So I'm wondering if there's any scope to extend the consultation. I don't think it's going to matter overtly if it's another committee cycle that it comes into. From my perspective, and I'd rather, or our group would rather, that the consultation was done properly and fed back properly in terms of the timescale. So I think that might be challenging. And also, you are going into a period of holidays, school holidays, and whether or not everybody's away on holiday at that point in time, there is a kind of a psyche thing that I'm on holiday, so I'm not doing a great deal. Don't mean the staff in the council, I just mean people who are on holiday, who are you consulting with. So it might be more difficult to consult with. I get what you're saying about going into schools and doing that in June. But I think the timescales to me and the group are quite tight. And also, whilst the groups you're consulting with, the list is extremely comprehensive and that's laudable, are we doing anything specific in terms of looked after children and those who care for them? Thank you.
We've already given assurance that we can manage this timetable, but I think there's some sort of drivers to get the consultation finished in October. Could you maybe expand on the bus, on the transport considerations?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councillor Dawood. I take your point, and I think it's been raised. Obviously, a number of folk have said that the timeline seems to be quite tight. I think you'll appreciate that within schools, we're very good at getting information from young people very, very quickly, giving them all the appropriate information, but actually getting responses. So in terms of certain groups within the consultation, we will be able to get that work done. I do take your point about summer holidays being perhaps a time when some people don't feel necessarily inclined towards engaging. I think the bus, did you mention the transport, Councillor Dawood? Was that yourself maybe? Yeah, obviously we need to articulate this as well with the transport aspect of it, and so we need to, well, in my opinion, we need to make sure we have completed this so that we can link with our colleagues within the council to understand how we would then, at that point, once we've got a decision, look at the other aspects of implementation. So my concern would be that if we allow this consultation to continue for too long, actually we miss windows of opportunity to get the final implementation actioned for the following August. Thank you.
Councillor Dawood.
Thanks, Chair. Jim asked about looked after children, not transport, and how we're going to specifically consult with them. I get my voice can be quite quiet sometimes, but that's what I was asking about. Thank you.
So you did. I think there were 2 or 3 things in your question there, Councillor Dawood, but thank you very much for the clarification. Looked after young people. We are the corporate parent of looked after young people, so we absolutely ourselves will be making those points in terms of that group. But equally, Gillian and myself have got an invitation to the Champions Board next Thursday, at which we will be bringing this explicit matter up with that board to understand how they best feel we can get their voice in this. Thanks.
We're on to Councillor Hill.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of the councillors have already raised some of the issues that I have, and I think there has been a lack of understanding, read the timetable and the 4.5-day week. I think the timetable alignment over 5 days in secondary schools, I'm totally with that. I don't understand why it doesn't happen at the moment, so that there's more opportunities for children to link into courses that are potentially not being delivered at their school for various different reasons. So I'm glad we've got the clarity on that we can only align a timetable if we go to a 4.5-day week, because I think some of the community have been really confused by that. And if that isn't the case, that's good. We've got that clarification because it can be aligned irrespective of what we do with the 4.5-day week. A couple of questions. Who will the focus group be made up of, and what will the remit be? That's page 122. And could you explain a bit more about the questionnaire? Because I've noticed the words tailored and generic. And we do know with a lot of questionnaires that go out not only from the council but from various different departments and organisations that a lot of questionnaires can have leading questions in them that get to a response that's wanted. And that concerns me because I have spoken to a lot of parents, various different youth counsellors and had a lot of feedback that they're not wanting this to go. There seems to be quite a lot of upset within the community from grandparents thinking about how will that impact, you know, when this does end up rolling down to primary, which we haven't discussed here. And I know it's been mentioned once or twice, but I think this is solely focusing on secondary. I will raise the issue of transport, as the chair alluded to it, even though it's not in the paper. I kind of feel that this is being driven in a short amount of time because I am aware that the contracts for the transport need to be finalised at the beginning of next year. And I'm kind of wondering whether the driver for this is for the wrong reasons. That's a personal view, but I do want it to be noted. I'm also wondering about the working group, and it just states officers. Now, I know a lot of working groups are to do with officers, but when I sat on the working group for the United Nations Rights of the Child, we did have a voice of the young people there. And with this being education, it is going to affect the young people. So I'm wondering why there isn't a young person's voice on there. Also, I resonate what Councillor Scobie said about, you know, non-teaching staff, the voice being included on that. I do have concerns about the consultation, you know, the whole understanding to the wider community, to every family and to every constituent across Dumfries and Galloway, who, if we do change to the 4.5-day week, this is going to affect due to our geographical area and the lack of employment as it is. My concerns are, is this going to potentially widen the poverty gap? So the consultation, yeah, I'm not opposed to it going out and, you know, people being asked the questions, but they need to be asked the right questions and they also need to be able to have their voices heard. And that's a massive concern to me as to how we're going to get this done through consultation. A suggestion would be when we do go around all of the schools, primary included and nurseries included, because eventually it will affect them because of our area, I would hope that potentially at parents' evenings, there is an officer there or a member of education staff or somebody from the communities team there with some sort of consultation saying, have your say on the 4.5-day week, to try and encapsulate everybody's opinion, because we do know with consultations we don't always get a true reflection. And I know, Jim, there you spoke about how good we are in education about getting children to voice their opinions. We didn't get a lot of responses on the United Nations working group. We had to really push schools to get those, and I kind of feel that the timeline is too short, and it's a major concern for me with it being over the summer period. So yeah, the focus group I'd like to know about, and also if we could look at the working group and see if we could incorporate more people onto that, please. And also the transport, are we driving it for the wrong reasons? Thank you.
There's a few points there to take up.
So there are, Chair. Thank you for that. Thanks, Councillor Hill. And we've talked about some of these previously. I would just, before we extend it, disagree with you about the UNCRC return. That was a very, very tight return that I requested head teachers make. And actually, we got a very significant number of young people responding to that questionnaire. I'll happily feed back to you, though, the exact numbers on that once more. So I think that actually, for me, exemplifies how we can, in a very short window of time, get young people to understand complex matters and give their thoughts around those. The why not now for alignment, that's an important one. That is, I think, possibly explained by Councillor Wilson's initial comments. We have an empowered system where we said to head teachers that they had the right to manage certain aspects of their schools as they wished. And one of those was how the school day looked in each setting. And as Councillor Wilson said, if there are benefits, why we were not doing those? But equally, if there are benefits to being independent, we should make sure we've understood what those are before we give those up. So those are the two sides of that particular coin, why we aren't necessarily aligned now. And in terms of the technologies around the benefits of alignment, we've touched on those already, haven't we, in terms of online learning and access to what is offered in different schools. That technology, that skill of staff as well, has obviously been built up significantly through COVID. I'm just going through the points you've made, and I think probably I need to hand over to Campbell about the detail of focus groups, questionnaires, and so on. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Councillor Hill, for those points on the focus groups. One question you asked was who makes up the focus group. There are several focus groups, and they're all made up of representatives of the groups that are listed in the mandate papers. So it's hard to answer that specifically. There's not one focus group. There are several focus groups. There will be non-teaching staff focus groups, teaching staff focus groups, parent focus groups, business focus groups, and each of them will be made up of the appropriate people to represent their views. I'll move on to questionnaire details that you requested about tailored and generic. So I'm happy to talk about that. There will be questionnaires specifically for parents that are tailored to the types of concerns that parents have been raising through community drop-in sessions when we have them, and questionnaires sent on the basis of the PowerPoint audio presentation that they're provided with, that we know will be concerns for parents. And there will be, on top of a pupil-tailored questionnaire and a parent-tailored questionnaire and a staff-tailored questionnaire, there will be a generic questionnaire for any stakeholder to engage with and supply answers to. So I hope that gives you some more clarity around the questionnaires. Pupil voice, I think Jim has already mentioned that he and Gillian are meeting with the Board of Champions who represent looked after and accommodated children next Thursday. But they are a key stakeholder for us ensuring that pupil voice is heard. As to pupil voice on the working group, I have invited Officer Regan Jackson, who has responsibility for pupil voice, to come to the first working group meeting to perhaps, as you say, a good idea to involve a young person within that group. But I'm going to leave that to officers with responsibility for pupil voice rather than make that decision for them or for the young people. And in terms of your concerns around the potential widening of the poverty gap, I understand those concerns, particularly in rural areas where transport is a challenge. But I want to assure you that transport's not the driver for this change. We believe there are benefits, but today's not for us to get too engaged in what the benefits might be, other than to give you the reassurances that we'll be very aware and conscious of any recommendations we make in terms of how those recommendations impact our least well-off young people and our most vulnerable and looked after and accommodated children.
Executive Director wants to come in on the transport issue.
Thank you, members, for the opportunity. I think what we're picking up here is, as the leader highlighted at the commencement of the meeting, some questions about the timescales and the why now. And I know that there was commentary around is this prompted and the timescale prompted by transport? And I think what officers are trying to do is balance and recognise the need from the transport review. And clearly members have instigated a review of transport. We've got timescales to meet with that. A quarter of our young people are transported. We recognise the fragility of the transport system, and it's really important that we move to take our transport colleagues into account. But in trying to balance the expectations of the transport review, also take account of your views that we need to do this right and take the time in order to do that. So we're very much in members' hands with regards to the timescale, and if we are looking to bring this back to a later committee, we were challenged with bringing this back to the October committee, but we are now moving into a period of preparation for the general election and all the requirements that that brings, very much in members' hands with regard to the timescales that you expect us to bring back, the timescales from consultation. Thank you.
Does that cover your points, Chrissy?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Thank you for letting me back in. It covers a couple of them. Just to elaborate on a couple of those things, you said that the questionnaire that goes out to parents will be around things that have already been raised by parents, some of the concerns, some of the worries. Now, some of the worries in the east might be different to the west because of the rurality. So will the questionnaires be tailored to the concerns in a generic way, or will they be tailored to the areas of difficulties that potential families live in? And just to pick up on the appropriate people from groups will be on working groups. How will we choose who is appropriate to go onto those focus groups, please, from a parent council, or from, how will they be invited, or will it be open to anybody from a community council can be a part of that focus group, anybody from a parent council, because everybody's views are very different. So it's how will we choose who's on those focus groups, please, so that the information that's getting passed to them to potentially pass back on to the rest of the community isn't a bit like Chinese whispers and isn't getting misconstrued, so that everybody can have the opportunity to feed into that, please.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. In answer to the question in the questionnaire, yes, I think the parental questionnaire, for instance, or the pupil questionnaire will be generic in the sense that it'll be the same pupil questionnaire for pupils all across the region, not be different questionnaires for different parts of, depending on various rurality or urban nature of the schools. And I think that those concerns are noted, and your advice on choosing carefully how we invite people to focus groups is also noted, and we appreciate that advice to make sure that we are selecting people for focus groups who are genuinely representative and who can contribute to the discussion to give us the richest possible report to bring back to elected members in October.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Lowe?
Sorry, can I just come back in on that? So we're still going to be choosing who those people are. We're not going to be getting a full impact of everybody having the opportunity to be on those focus groups. Am I correct in that, please? Thank you.
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. I think the idea that clearly focus groups are just that. They are a group of individuals rather than the open forums where anyone could go and give their voice. And again, just to reiterate that idea that clearly this is simply the agreed, and obviously we've been in touch with colleagues in other parts of the council, the agreed consultation mechanism for understanding what the voice across Dumfries and Galloway is in this matter. And we will bring back the response to this at a subsequent committee, dependent on your own guidance around that timeline. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I think the consultation is obviously open to everybody. Councillor Lowe want to come in?
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. I can remember in all the discussions we've had about this so far, it was just secondary schools. And I notice now that we're talking about primary and secondary schools. So are we talking about just 5 to 18? Or where a nursery is going to fit in, given in mind that the level of concentration for a P1 or an S1 or an S6 are hugely different. I know it may help parents if the schools have the same times, but the children are at very different levels. We also have an amendment to the recommendation 2.2 and a specific action to request from our group that we'd like to raise as well, but maybe we'd look at the age range and the primary and secondary issue first. Thanks.
Jim?
Thank you for that, Councillor Lowe. It is primary and secondary schools. We have looked around Scotland and seen different models. Bear in mind, obviously, no one who's gone into a 4.5-day week, and everyone does use the Friday, as it happens, but no one who's gone to that model has return to the 5-day model, full 5 days. I think Edinburgh have been there for 40 years now, 30 odd, 38, 39 years. So the benefits are clearly tangible when you've done it, such that there is not the mood to go back. What we have seen as well, though, is in relation to the point you made, Councillor Lowe, we recognise that to do this in a disaggregated way between primary and secondary would really not suit. So that's why we are. It's for all young people. The benefits are there for all young people in primary and secondary schools. That does not include nurseries. Thank you.
Councillor Walt.
Sorry, is that speaking? Okay, that's noted, and I guess once we look at some of the responses and practicalities of that, in terms of the different styles of teaching between primary and secondary, our group would like to propose an amendment for 2.2, and it's to do with the timetabling of the progress, is that to receive an interim report of anything that may have happened by the August education and the new committee meeting, as it's called. So to receive feedback, and that may be that it's more a report on transport or other things, but and that may well inform a future timetable as to is the October possible. And for elected members to have sight of the questions within an agreed time, month, or whatever the plan is going to be, that are going to go out on any questionnaires, so that we get to see them before they go out for consultation. Thank you.
You want to see what the amendments would be?
Well, the amendment, particularly 2.2, would be to receive an interim report at the August committee of any progress that's been made, not just wait to the October committee. So it's to have the interim report.
Interim report.
At the next education meeting.
Okay. We'll come to that in a minute. We've got Councillor Jimison.
Sorry, haven't had an answer about sight of members having sight of questions.
Okay.
If it's an amendment, does it need to come to me for comment, or is that just simply that?
We've got a question on, will members get sight of the questions?
There's nothing stopping us showing you the question base before they go out to whichever group it might be, or indeed how our focus group might be set up. I'm more than happy to share that with you.
Okay, you've got an assurance that as soon as they're produced, we'll get sight of them. And, okay. We've got Councillor Jimison, followed by Councillor Darwood and Councillor McGregor. Then we'll go to the recommendations. George.
Thanks, Chair. Jim briefly mentioned it there that we're not the first council to go for an asymmetric working week, and we'll not be the first to go for a consultation process. The basis of a good consultation, I would argue, and I've had lots of experience on both sides of it, is the information that's supplied to the consultees. And going back to Tracy Little's comments, that the clearer the information that all stakeholders have, the more informative the responses will be. Don't want to be critical here, but there's been loads of anecdotes been flying around. There's a lot of research and information based on other local authorities that have moved to an asymmetric working week. I get fed up with folk calling it a 4.5-day week. It's an asymmetric working week because there's an assumption that we get a half day off. The Borders Council is just next to us. It's pretty rural. Wales were ahead of everybody else in terms of asymmetric working week, and the universities in Wales have done studies on both the pros and the cons, because it's not all sunshine and roses. So what I want to underline what Tracy said. The more information that's included in this, albeit we can't smother folk with information, the experiences from other local authorities, pros and cons. So we're objective and we're putting the case forward. The danger is people who have polarised views. We didn't want this or we want this, but we need hard facts, good knowledge and information. And up till now, with all due respect to everybody, that's been lacking. And the evidence of that is how many people are coming up with what ifs and all the rest of it. So we need to have a consultation that's predicated by good, solid, objective information with as much definitive stuff as we can. We keep talking about transport, but folk that are involved with West Strands and on these committees, which I'm not, I've got grave concerns. Parents have got concerns about after school. And I'm going to throw in my own anecdote because I met with a lady from the Borders who's got 3 children, and they had a whole big row about it, and after 3 weeks it worked. Everybody was quiet, it worked. But so we need that information. It's absolutely essential that if we're consulting people of all ilks, that they know that they're basing their opinions on objective, factual information.
Thank you. I agree with everything you said there, Councillor Jimmerson. I would make the point that clearly what I did not want to do was to start sending out lots and lots of information about something that has not yet come to this forum. I didn't think that was appropriate. This is the forum that has to agree the decision to start this process, and I didn't think it appropriate that I would then start giving lots of information around this to people prior to yourselves having understood what this is through the seminar, through myself visiting all your different groups and giving you the outline information. I agree with your point around more generally where we are in terms of how many other people have done this, and I would point to the fact that you mentioned Borders Council. Campbell, to my right, was the head teacher at Peebles High School when that happened, so has the exact experience of having delivered that and understood the issues that happened at the time and how they were mitigated, and where there wasn't a possible mitigation, what then happened in real time. So I appreciate your comments, but I think we understand exactly when we need to give information out rather than getting the cart before the horse. Thank you.
Just a quick follow-up, if I may. Yeah, I appreciate that and appreciate your comments, but there has been a bit of a vacuum and it's created a lot of uncertainty, so we need to try and avoid that in the future. There's also the risk, and I'm using this horrible expression, that there's always the presumption that it's a top-down decision, and we really need to nail that. This is not a top-down decision, it's a decision that will be made by councillors and the community based on the strengths of the arguments.
I'm grateful for that final comment. It is not a top-down decision. What I am doing is I am saying I consider this to be, on the basis of evidence, a beneficial possible move. However, as you rightly say, Councillor Jimson, the decision around the mandate, which is what we're talking about today, is yours, and the final decision around whether we move towards the 4.5-day asymmetric working week is indeed also yours. So absolutely, this is not a top-down decision at all. That is the whole basis of having a consultation. Thank you.
And the final decision will be based on what we get back from the grassroots. Thank you. I've got Councillor Dorward again.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me back in. No issues with the group. Our group have no issues with the consultation. What we do have reservations about are the time periods for doing it. And bring it back to the October committee, if I've got my dates right, which might not have, but according to my diary, that's the next committee. What we're proposing is a counter amendment because this is we're proposing potentially a massive change into how we deliver things, or it's a massive change to.
Speak about.
Yeah, we're proposing a massive change potentially to how we deliver our education in this region, and it's really important that all stakeholders get the chance to participate. Every single person on the list. We can't choose the stakeholders, but it's important they get the chance to participate. We're going into a period of break, summer holidays, and that's in some people's minds, they don't participate in the same way. We also have the added challenge of an election, so that means officers are going to be focused on that as well as everything else that they do so well. To give us the reassurance this will be done properly and we can scrutinise it properly, we're proposing a counter amendment, Chair, that that it's extended and brought back to the committee in December, not October. Thank you.
We'll come back to that in a minute after Councillor McGregor comes in. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Chair, for indulging me. And I entirely agree with Councillor Jameson's comments and wholeheartedly support them. Councillor Dorward's probably not a million miles away from where my thinking was, but again, it's maybe just clarity from Jim and Gillian, if possible. I think Linda did ask, is the consultation from the 1st of June to the 30th of September? When would you expect it to conclude on the current timeline? As Linda said, that this will be the single biggest change to education if we did go forward with it, and I think that we need to give that real consideration. I agree that colleagues in Scottish Borders implemented this, I think, in 2014, so 10 years ago. They did an 8-week consultation at the time, but it was at a different time of year. We've noted that the general election is going to have an impact, and the school holidays. And I suppose my last question would be, before I make any decision as to where we're going on the timeline, the transport review and the bus contracts, when do we need a decision either way? That doesn't impact on the work that's being done there. So where's the timeline for that? It's going to be a bit tight if we stick to June to September. But again, if I can get some clarity around what date in September you would be thinking it would finish. And as I say, when the transport review findings would need to feed in through this. So I suppose that's probably my final questions at the moment, and I'll maybe come back in depending on the answer to that.
Director, another question on the timeline?
I can do that, Julian.
Well, thank you very much. I think Jim is looking to come in. Clearly, the committee, the provisional committee date within the new cycle is proposed for the 10th of October. So that is tight, absolutely. We are working to timescales that this committee agreed, but if this committee choose to amend those timescales, then we will use that time wisely. Jim, is there anything else you wish to add? And I'm grateful to Stephen also for joining us to give us specifics on the transport expectations, because we are trying to work in concert with those.
Thank you, Jane. Thank you, Councillor McGregor, for your comments. I think on the interim, because there was an interim point firstly by Councillor Lowe, I believe there was an August committee, which that would then. So I think the next committee is not the October committee. The question you asked, Councillor Dorward, was June and September. When in June, when September? The October committee is on the 10th of October, so we would need to get draft papers in, give or take 4 weeks prior to that, with the final papers about 2 weeks prior to that. So that does give us most of September, 3 weeks of September, and we would start June the 1st. So absolutely right, we would use all of June and most September. So in terms of the sort of 8-week school period of time, we would certainly, which Councillor McGregor mentioned, we'd certainly have that plus 7 extra weeks of summer or so. Thank you.
And the timetable for the bus transport?
Thank you, and delighted to have the opportunity to come in on the question, given that I'm here for another paper today. We are absolutely working as one joined up team, and very much important that we ensure that the transport sector is a full participant in that, which obviously through Swest Trans and then through the council's own transportation team, we'll be working with colleagues in education and learning to facilitate that, both in terms of our own knowledge, but also in terms of the sector participating in that. In terms of overall timescale, there are challenges here. The public transport, bus transport system is fragile across Scotland, and it's fragile within Dumfries and Galloway at the moment, as it is particularly across all of the highly rural areas of Scotland as we adjust to a post-COVID environment and a number of the national support mechanisms having been removed. As a consequence of that fragility and a need to address that, it is important that we do a bus service network review over the next 12-month period prior to finalisation of any contracts for both supported bus routes, but also the contracting of home school transport. So just providing a little bit of context around that. This is obviously a key element of any wider bus service review, bus network review. Any bus network is an integrated network where commercial routes, supported routes and home to school transport kind of operate symbiotically, and particularly where we have a lot of small operators within that market. So cutting to the chase, Fully support and completely understand that this committee's focus is going to be on maximising the opportunities for that breadth of consultation involvement from all stakeholders in this very, very important decision in relation to education. That said, from a transport perspective, it is important to us that we are able to conclude that as timeously as possible, to give as much time as possible for that bus network review and the subsequent procurement activity that comes off the back of it. So the proposal, as you have it in front of you, of an October timescale is something we've absolutely worked on jointly and are comfortable with. It becomes increasingly challenging where that timescale is extended beyond that. Thank you.
Councillor McGregor, you want to come back on that one?
Yeah, I think that kind of sort of skirted around the answer. If it was to be the December committee, would that have an impact? Yes or no? Would it be doable?
I'll come back in on that. Yes, it would have an impact. Yes, it would create some quite significant risks around the bus service review and then the lead times to contract off the back of that for both homeschool transport and for supported public bus services. Yes.
If we extended the consultation to the end of October and we had a meeting in November, would that be too constrained for you?
Challenging for me to give a direct answer to all scenarios on the table because I haven't got in front of me all of the timescales that we need for the service review and then the procurement timeline. So really difficult for me to answer that on the hoof. I can confidently say that extending to December, as I have, is a major challenge and risks. But the timescale you have in front of you of October works. I couldn't give you a definitive on potential dates between those two, I'm afraid.
Chair, can I come back in?
Yes.
Yeah, as I say, I think we need to be clear that this can't be predicated on a transport issue alone, and I completely understand and respect what Stephen's saying, which makes it very difficult. It isn't our gift to call a special meeting. We could do it as a single item agenda. I prefer that the room was united going forward with this because it is such a big decision. And I'll look to Linda to perhaps bring the consultation forward slightly. Take it to the end of October after the October holidays and schedule in a meeting for November as a single item agenda. But we've got two people that have moved an amendment and a counter. I think we need to come to some resolution. I am concerned that with the general election, whether we like it or not, I have a high expectation that our communities teams, who are incredibly good at consulting and selling a message either way to the public or informing the public, are going to be tied up hugely in June and early July, and that's going to take them out of circulation. So I do think we're going to have to extend it somehow. How far we extend it, I think I probably need to look to officers as to what would be manageable, and then I'll leave it in Linda's hands.
Yeah, I'm going to. You think about that?
I am thinking on that one, yes, and it's perhaps, yes, it's a question perhaps from Stephen's point of view in terms of, and I should know this, but in terms of if we procure and progress as is, what is the next opportunity for review, and perhaps any insight you have today with the information you have to hand. Thanks, Stephen.
So I don't know if this is, I'm going to look to governance colleagues here as to whether this is appropriate. I'm wondering if it would be appropriate for me to request an opportunity to go away and define a timeline that provides, if you like, an absolute drop dead from the transportation perspective, that by the latest possible date for a decision on this, in order to not negatively impact upon that important work. Now, that realistically would take us a few days to arrive at that answer, and then provide that back to committee to inform potentially single item agenda meeting, a date for a single item agenda meeting at some point later than is currently proposed within the papers. Would that be something we may be able to do?
We'll consider that. We'll consider that. I've got a parent representative, Mel McGill, want to come in, then we'll draw it to conclusions. Let's have Mel's views on this. Thank you.
Thank you. It's just a question, really. When I was part of the group talking about the Asymmetric Week, there was a conversation around having a public-facing website page within the council website to give all the information that would highlight perhaps examples of how the change of the hour and a half on a Friday afternoon would be spread out to the extra days. I think that sometimes there's an impression that we're going to be keeping the kids at school until 5 o'clock on the other 4 days, which is obviously not the case. But I just wondered if there was any, if there'd been any discussions with yourselves about the website aspect to share the information, to make the information more readily available to more people.
Thank you, Mel. Yes, Stephen Kirkpatrick from the comms team has taken on the role of producing the website that will answer questions, where there will be frequently asked questions page, and setting up an inbox for any email inquiries to come in, to which I think is schoolweek@dumgal.gov.uk, but it's not live yet, so please don't email in yet.
Mel, are you happy with that?
Yes, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. So I'm going to go to the recommendations now and see.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to second Councillor Dorward's motion. We'd be happy with a special meeting in November, but we'd like the consultation to run as long as possible up until a suitable point. Thank you.
I was going to go to the recommendations then.
Councillor Brodie, can I just come in? I'm on the list to speak.
Could you be very brief, please, Chrissy?
It was to do with Councillor Lowe's point when she was talking about their group's amendment. She asked if elected members would see sight of the questionnaire before it was put out to the public, and the response was yes. Does that mean that we will have sight of it, and if we have any concerns over it, we will get to feed in before it goes out to the public, or we will just get sight of it because we're elected members first? It was just clarification on that, whether we would get sight of it to see whether we thought that it was thorough enough, and we agreed with it, please.
No, I think with the timelines and so on and so forth, I think this is now the fact that you would get sight of it in advance of it going out, but I don't think it can then come back and forwards for detailed changes around the content.
Yeah. Hope that helps, Chrissy. Right. Councillor Lowe.
Given the discussion that's just happened, we're happy to withdraw the request for the interim report in August because of the additional meeting.
Yeah. Okay. Go to the recommendations. I think we've got sort of agreement on the consultation mandate to go ahead with it. But we're to question item 2 is create to receive a report October committee. Consider the feedback from the consultation. We've got a proposal that we extend the consultation and get a report to the December meeting, which has been seconded. But we have got a
special meeting in November too.
Yeah. We've got information that if we delayed to December, then this probably would put the possibility of going to the asymmetric week back a number of years, because we have to do a a transport review over a number of years, and we have to do it quickly. We've heard that the December meeting would be a tight timeline for that, and it would probably not be feasible to go ahead with the asymmetric week. We also heard from Stephen that he would like to go away and look at the timelines for the review and come back to us. It's how we could manage that formally. Tracy, I don't know if you got any views on that, or we'll hear the director as well.
I think was the question around a special meeting in November,
Yeah.
and I think that would be the amendment would be a special meeting in November, and then Stephen can work closely with Jim and I in terms of what we feel feasible to bring that to you. Are you happy with that amendment, Tracy?
Yeah, thanks, Gillian. Yes, I was just going to come in there to say, yeah, I've got the amendment proposed by Councillor Dorwood, seconded by Councillor Wilson, which was to extend the consultation period. I wonder if we put a specific timeline on that, and looking at when the school holidays start, the schools break up on the 11th of October, so I don't know whether you want to have the consultation ending around the 11th of October and then the findings report to be brought back to a special meeting in November.
We were looking at the 11th of October preferably. Thank you.
Would you be happy if we had a special meeting in November?
I said that when I seconded the motion, so yep, absolutely happy with a special meeting in November. Thank you.
In November. Who wants to speak? Councillor McGregor.
I think it's been covered. That was exactly what I was going to suggest, that it runs until the October break and then special meeting in November. That should give sufficient time. Thank you.
Are we happy that we go for the special meeting in November? Councillor Jimison?
Yes, we'd be content with that.
Fit that meeting in as early in November as practical if we're extending the consultation to October break. Okay. Are we all happy with that then? Good consensus then? Good debate. Thank you. Item 6, the Fish Learning Town Phase 2 update report by Executive Director, Skills and Community and Wellbeing. We've carried out a thorough assessment of the options which the committee agreed. A 5-minute comfort break after that. Is that okay? Okay. 5 minutes. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Welcome back, members. We're on to item 6, the Fresh Learning Town Phase 2 update report by Executive Director, Education Skills and Community Wellbeing. We've carried out a thorough assessment of the options agreed at their last meeting, and we have scoring outcomes, which I think we are going to consider Lorburn Primary School first, then the Academy. So we focus on Lorburn Primary first of all. I've got Mo Goonies here to assist members. Have any questions? I'll open the meeting up to members' debate. Councillor McGregor online.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you to the officers for an incredibly comprehensive report and for all the work that they've put in looking at the optimising the options, which is really, really helpful. I'm sure other members in the Chamber will agree. We've been talking about this for a long, long time, and we were really disappointed when the LEAP 3 funding didn't come through. But looking at the work that the officers have done and the expectations of the learning communities, pupils, parents, teachers and the like, specific to Lorburn, who were part of that LEAP 3 bid. I think that what the officers are proposing as the optimum option would be a preference for me. Obviously, taking that into consideration, it almost makes it inevitable that you would talk about the Academy, but the optimal options on both the schools, I think we just have to bite the bullet, try and get the additional funding through FPT and get on with it and actually get these kids and parents and teachers into a learning environment as quickly as possible. So the officers' recommendations, I think, would be to optimise the options which are one for both of the Academy and Lorburn. We'll just get it done.
Councillor Jimison.
Yes, we're broadly in agreement with that. Well, we're in agreement with that. The only wee caveat is green space. There's a wee bit concerned about green space with that option, but I'm sure that can be overcome. We agree this is taking too long. The members that took the time to visit these schools and have discussions with staff and parents, it is long overdue. Neither of these schools are really fit for purpose for modern education, neither for children or staff. And in the interest of moving this on, we accept the recommendations as reasonably sound. So we would support Lorburn as such, and when you come to Dumfries Academy, we'd have the same opinion that we think that's the right choice.
You raised the question of green space there. Would you like to come in on that, Mo?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yes, the green spaces are very challenging at the Academy sites, and that is due to the level of the sites as well. At the moment, just the initial thinking and proposal to have small areas just in the front of Minerva, but as the design develop, we will see how we can maximise this area as much as possible, but it won't be anything similar to being in another site, because the site itself is challenging, but it will be a primary focus for the design team to see how they can maximise any possibilities for green spaces.
Yes, thanks very much for that. And I'm sure you will think of, if we can't be green space, we can have alternatives for activity and things like that, so as that, children that are out of in their playtime, it's probably an old-fashioned, they need to be occupied. So as long as that's taken into consideration, that if we can't get that actual space, then we have opportunities for active play, if you like. Thank you.
We've got Julie Irvin, then Councillor Wilson. Julie.
Thank you, Chair. It's simply because I'm here as a primary teacher representative. The staff from Lorburn had been in touch, and they had said, could I please let councillors know that staff would prefer the Langlands new build, because it keeps them within their actual catchment zones. It's got more green space, and it would build a school for the future. So it was just to pass on that information. Thank you.
Thanks for that. We had a letter from the Parent Council as well. You want to speak about the benefits of the Minerva building compared to the Langland site? Because there's Langland's comes out third in the scoring, and the Minerva site comes out number 1. We just want to rehearse for us what the differences are and the benefits of the Minerva site.
Thank you. I'll start if that's okay, and then pass over to Mo. I think sort of context, any building construction project involves a balance between different benefits, different factors in terms of how you arrive at what is an optimal solution for any construction project. The process that we've gone through, backed by Treasury Green Book and backed by the Scottish Construction Manual, seeks to provide an objective overview, balancing all the different factors between these 3 different options to arrive at what you see in front of you, members, which is a scored optimal option. There's no getting away from the fact that different of the options have different benefits. The Langland site, as Mo's already said and has been alluded to, has greater green space, has more space. The Minerva site brings other benefits within it. And then what you have in front of you is recommendations based on the balancing of all those different factors to arrive at an optimal solution. And ultimately, that's what's driving the recommendations in the paper. Is there anything you want to add to that, colleagues?
Thank you for that. I've got Councillor Wilson who wants to come in.
Thanks, Chair. I'm thinking this seems like there's possibly consensus for the Minerva move going by the past couple of speakers, but I'm just actually wondering if I can ask specifically on what consultation has been done on each of the options with the parent councils and parents ahead of this meeting. I'm thinking the fact that the parents have felt to come and stand outside the council offices this morning, that they maybe feel there's not been enough engagement done with themselves. And I would also just picking up on I think we've all probably had the same email, but just one of their concerns with the Minerva move is the fact that there's a couple of secondary classes in the Minerva building, and I understand their concerns as a parent myself, so I'm just wondering if that's something that could be looked at as well. Thank you.
If I start with the second point and then perhaps hand over to colleagues in relation to the engagement and consultation. So the fact that we have both secondary and in this proposal, both secondary and primary phase on the same site, that is a design challenge that you know, as professionals constructing schools and renovating schools across the country, we deal with. There are lots of examples of through schools that combine, and which is not what's proposed here, but you know, shared sites through schools and others that combine primary phase, secondary phase, that combine secondary mainstream with both primary and secondary complex additional needs and complex vulnerability. Those are issues that we would look to deal with through the detailed design process and working with the schools in terms of their own operational management arrangements as well. I don't know if colleagues would want to add anything to that, and then I'll hand over on the issue of engagement.
So in terms of the process, we carried the option appraisal. So what we picked up mainly from the options that they were explored previously, and which they had consultations, and obviously the Langland signed and included, they weren't explored. But in terms of the Green Book Treasury process, we looked at it just from a technical point of view, how we propose an option. The plan is going forward, once an option is selected, we will engage quite heavily with our education colleagues and school staff and parents and carers to develop the design for hopefully that we will strive to deliver it.
Darlene.
Just wondering if the parents, the current parents and parent council have been consulted. Thank you.
Lauren Foss wanted to come in as well. Karen.
Thank you, Chair. I think just to add to both points, as my colleagues have alluded to, in terms of the challenges or benefits, because they can be both around having a co-located campus, because that's what it would be. Two separate head teachers, two separate schools operating on the same site. The Minerva building, as it stands, as we've seen through the LEAP 3 design solutions and through the proposals that are on the table just now, they have areas that are shared spaces, but they actually operate as independent spaces that can be used by one or the other. There's not the ability to merge and blend over unless that's a choice between the two schools at those points in time. So those shared spaces, for example, ICT suites, libraries, are things that actually in real terms from the primary perspective will be a much more enhanced facility because there's a size and a scale to support a secondary school. So there are real opportunities in allowing that to happen, and actually also from a purely formula-driven efficiencies perspective, it allows us to get a lot more for our money inside an existing facility. The consultation question is a difficult one because of the timescales that we were under in terms of trying to bring forward options for members' consideration and to move forward with. I think what I would add is that we know that the solution for Lawburn Primary School being in Minerva is not new. That's one that has been on the table for a long time, right from the very beginning of Dumfries Learning Town, actually, before it was split. So we've got confidence in that as a solution that parents were comfortable with. It may not be their preferred choice just now, as per the letter that we've received, but we do know that we went through the statutory consultation process around that, and there were no objections to it. So it may not be the preferred option just now, potentially, but it was certainly an option that the parental community were happy with. I think, as Mo has also alluded to, if members take a decision on moving this forward, we have to go through the development process of what those designs and solutions looks like, and that gives us the opportunity to re-engage and consult constructively with both parent councils and both parent bodies at the schools to ensure that the design evolves into something that meets their expectations and can solve all of the challenges and the questions that have been raised more recently.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else wishing to speak? Right, well, I think conclude the discussion on Lawburn. We've got a scored option, which is for the Minerva building site. It's got lots of benefits to it, and it's also one that can be delivered in the quickest time as well, because there's already been a process gone through on that site, and the other two sites would require another 12 months of work on them. So I've heard from the leader and from Councillor Jimison that they support the optimum option on Lawburn. So somebody would either of you like to propose that?
Happy to propose it.
Happy to second, Chair, and I would do the same option 3 for both Lawburn and Dumfries Academy. As I say, I think the impetus is now that we have to honour the LEAP 3 that we weren't successful with, find the extra funding and get the job done. Okay. And I would so move.
So we've got a proposer and a seconder. Is there on the Lawburn? We'll discuss the academy. Give the academy a minute. After this, we'll do the recommendation 3 of this one. Is it well agreed to support the optimum option at the Minerva building? Agreed. Okay. Move on to the academy, which is any questions for Mo and Stephen on the academy proposal? Who's one? Gail, thank you.
Yeah, again, I don't have any questions. This has been well trailed and well consulted over a long period of time. So I would move option 3 for Dumfries Academy as well.
Wilson?
We're happy with option 3 for Dumfries Academy as well, thank you.
Seconded by Councillor Wilson, and I don't see any objection to that, so we can we agree the preferred option for Dumfries Academy. We've also got to note the work undertaken to the detailed options appraisal for the delivery of the final elements of the Dumfries Learning Town programme in respect of Dumfries Academy and Lorburn Primary School as set in section 4 of the report. And 2, note the score and outcomes from the detailed options appraisal for both Lorburn and Dumfries Academy set in 4.4 and 4.5. And we've agreed that the Minerva Building proposal for Lorburn Primary School, and agreed the highest scoring option for delivery for Dumfries Academy as set out in paragraph 4.5. And we've got 5, we agree that this stage development costs of 664,734 as set out in paragraph 4.5.3 and appendix 1 for Lorburn Primary School, and 2.49533399 million as set out at 4.53 and appendix 2 for Dumfries Academy as requested from Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee on the 18th June 2024. And 6, agree to request through Finance, Procurement and Transformation Committee on 18th June 2024 that the overall allowance within the approved capital investment strategy for the delivery of these 2 projects is increased in line with the current cost estimate to £32,513,841 as set out at section 6 of this report. So happy with all those? Yeah? Things another? Should we go on to the next one? We'll take the next item and then we'll adjourn for lunch. So we'll go on to Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Can someone bring Councillor Stevenson back in?
Yeah. We better not progress too far then. One for another lunch. Tone for this one. Is Councillor Stevenson coming? Okay, thank you. So item 7 is transformation update. Schools models, report by Executive Director, Education Skills and Community Wellbeing. Larnfa sits here to assist if members have any questions. I will open up to members' debate, and Councillor Lowe's got her hand up first.
It's not a question, but very much a compliment for the team. I think this is an excellent piece of work. Yes, it's a snapshot in time of where our schools are at. But for example, we are about to, later in the meeting to discuss schools that I've never looked at, like Hotsbridge and Loch Rutten, and at least I can see what they're like, how many children they take. And this is a document I'm going to be keeping for the future. So well done on the team for putting this together.
Thank you for your positive feedback on that one. Councillor Wilson.
I would just echo Councillor Lowe. I think this is a really good report and actually full of great information. Thank you.
Councillor Scobie.
I think this is the one that's caused a bit of concern, at least with the media, in terms of the effect it could have on some rural schools. And I look at some of the documents in the particular schools that may not be exactly correct in the scoring. In coming to that, I refer to Park School and Belmont in particular. On these, it's down to the specifics, and a score on the Muggers, where both these Muggers are just not usable and it's been an issue that I've been raising for a considerable time in this committee in terms of bringing them back into use. And there is a difficulty where I thought we were one council, but they lie with, the two schools, Mugger, lie with communities as it currently exists, and not with the school, but the school ostensibly use both these Muggers. I merely make this point in terms of the scoring, and it throws the scoring off. There's also other ones where, you know, we look at the occupancy, Kirkham, Dromore, Sanhead, the ability, you know, where they are not, or they're running at less than the preferred options of 80%, and in cases more than 60. Some of them are running at 50. So there's this fear within the schools that it could lead to closure. I think the media talks about by the end of the year. I would hope that's not the case and the media's got that wrong, but nevertheless they've put out this fear. So while it's a good document and it lays out all the facts and figures, although I'm challenging some of the figures, there is a fear in this that it's a precursor to possible closure. Can I get some clarification that that is not the intention as we speak, at least by the end of the year?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Scobie. I think just firstly, referring to the Muggers themselves, I think one of the things that we're trying to capture through this document is the facilities that schools have, possibly not the condition of those facilities, because not all schools will have a Mugger. And whilst we could go and look at the condition of all of the different individual elements and try and score them separately, that's just a moment in time, and I think it's the fact that they have them. We will absolutely address the condition of them though through due process. So really it's more around the functions and the ability to have a full-size game hall, a proper staff room, a dining space, an X, Y and Z, and that's how the scoring was taken into cognizance there. I think the occupancy, with all of the data in the documents, it is data. It's factually correct at the point in time of production, and it's based on census data, and it will change every year. The press, as you've quite rightly highlighted, have focused in on a particular element. However, I think what I would refer members to is page 130, 4.11. There's a list of things that will happen because of a school being identified in a position on that sustainability list, if you like. And these are all different things that could take place. One of them is the focus from the media's perspective was the rationalisation through closure and amalgamation. That has to be a reality. That has to be an option for members' consideration. We'll see that later on in today's agenda, where there are a number of schools that fall within that category. What we're suggesting, though, as a move forward from the detail in this paper, and particularly what will come forward in December, are options and choices around what the future looks like for those schools. And working down that list, it could be capital investment, because there could be housing development in an area that demands a school of a larger size. It might be a reconfiguration because it's a small amount of space that's required. It might be a catchment area review. It might be a number of things. And they're the choices that we want to bring back to members to take on every single school as we move forward for any change that's required. So in December, that paper, actually through the member seminar, we'll go through the options, we'll go through the scenarios, we'll go through the sort of building up of what that could look like. But ultimately, any change that comes along to the school estate will always be a separate paper brought back in front of yourselves as members of the Education and Learning Committee to decide on what the best course of action is at that point in time. So this will lay out a process, it will lay out the things that we will consider, and there are multiple of them, and hopefully the pack's in front of you, and apologies for the size of them, but there is a wealth of data and information in there that will be reviewed, so that when you're asked to take decisions on schools, you'll have a slightly bigger pack for one individual school at that point in time. All the data will be current and live, and it will capture all the things that have been mentioned.
grateful for that explanation from Lauren in terms of the purpose and with the data just now, and that we'll look at a further report in December. It does not take away the fears that are going to be out there because of this. And I only make mention, to Dromore, and I've raised this, that Sandhead in its current state is not capable, and I think the response I got at that time was, well, we could build on an extra classroom. But then it brings into play whether indeed a child from Dromore could get, from the hinterland, out with Dromore, could get to Sandhead within 30 minutes, picking up children on the way. So, I welcome the further document with the intentions, because then it'll get down to the nitty-gritty and bring into focus some of our more rural schools and the threat that they could be under. And I don't think we can hide from that.
Jonathan?
Yeah, thanks as well, and comments are really well made. And the one thing that we're very much trying to avoid is fear and uncertainty, and that's why we brought to members' attention the school models, the principles, and the strategy to try and deliver on that, so that we can try to start to provide an element of certainty in what is a very unstable world at the moment, and in terms of the demographics across Dumfries and Galloway, trying not to react to things all of the time, and to try and be proactive in our approach to how we move forward and to provide the best sustainable modern education system that we possibly can. So we're hopeful that the plan will allow us to really engage with members and allow members to understand through the recommendation that we have a member seminar where we have a deep dive into what this looks like and what the potential outcomes of this work can look like, so that we can support any communities through any change process that we need to take forward, moving forward in the future. And I think it's also important that we go back out to those communities, because we spent a significant amount of time and effort, and we listened very, very carefully to what people had to say to us in those communities about what we needed to think about doing in the future. And that's why we produced the principles and the work that's gone in the background. And thanks to members for recognising that work. It is really appreciated, because there has been a lot of blood, sweat and tears, I think, to try and bring this stuff together in a format that members can hold on to, can understand, and as Lauren has rightly pointed out, and to make sure that it's live and it's relevant data that we're giving to you. It's the most up-to-date data that we possibly can give. But going back out to those communities to, if you like, share. You said we did. This is what it looks like. What are your concerns? What are your thoughts now? So that we're taking people on that journey with them, rather than doing it to communities. We're going to do it in a collective sort of manner.
Thanks for that. We've got a number of speakers to get through. Councillor Jim Dempster, followed by Councillor Jimison, McGregor, Dorward and Dashbar. Jim?
Thanks, Chair. My tablet didn't seem to work, so you'll not be able to see me. I've a few things. Sorry. Is that better? Aye, there was an echo there. I'm sorry. I'll probably have more to say at the seminar and in December, but there are a few things that we need to take into account that I worry that we are not about transport being a challenge, and the number of private contractors are very limited. The quality of the service varies depending where you are in the region, and if we start a programme of school closures, and I saw that's not what we're saying maybe at present, I don't think we'll have the capacity in the transport industry to support mass closures. I think there will be issues about difficult to reach children. If children will only go to a school at their doorstep, they're not going to go into a bus and travel 20 or 40 minutes to get to school. So there's a real issue there. There's another issue that bothers me. The leader and Councillor Blake and I were interviewed, for want of a better word, we were at Scotland earlier this week. And the council is one of 4 that's been looked at by Scottish Government to see how we're dealing with the climate challenge, the carbon emissions or carbon reduction. And it seems to me an anomaly that if we shut schools, we're simply putting an additional burden on the drive to zero emissions, carbon emissions. And I don't know that that's a particularly good approach to take. And if the issues are really about building condition and energy efficiency, during the seminar, will we be considering things like where there's a school that has a sustainable population, could we be looking at mobile classrooms and get rid of the buildings that are causing the real issue of financial and maintenance, and delivering the same education to the same pupils in a far better environment for them that actually saves the council money? And I think the one thing I will say before I ask a question is I trust that in December this will be a one-item agenda, the following report, because one member or one officer did say they appreciated the size of the documents. 800 pages or 800 plus is far too much to add to a fairly large addenda in any case. So I would want us to be sure that we give this the time necessary. And for my point, I would want to just say that instead of having some vague approach, that if we're deciding that schools should close, then we should be saying that, and not just leaving the threat that Councillor Scobie talks about, the publicity or adverse publicity that will come in the back of this. I think we need to drive and be open and transparent with the public and tell them exactly what we're proposing, and not have a salami slicing arrangement with schools. I have a question though, and it's about the information that comes with every individual school in the park, where it talks about school capacity, school role and current spaces. And a lot of them don't add up. And I would have thought, I mean, simplistic, if the pupils attending and you've got a capacity, the difference should be the spaces. And it doesn't work like that. And the other question I have is, efficiency by catchment, I don't understand, because if you look at Northwest Community Campus, a secondary school, there's only a 30%, which is a scandal in itself, uptake of pupils that are in the school roll and going to that school, but it has 180% utilisation of our occupancy. That doesn't work out for me, so I wouldn't mind having an explanation as to what that actually means. And I suppose the last throwaway line is we're making a 3-tier system in schools, and we really shouldn't be doing that. We should have schools fit for purpose for every pupil. Thanks, Chair.
And thanks, Councillor Dempster. Want to come back on that one, 11?
Thank you, Chair. There's a lot in there, so apologies if I missed some of this. I appreciate the comments around the climate change element of this and the transport. Transport is a real issue. We heard that earlier on the previous agenda item around procuring it, having enough. Now that's one separate topic that we can't fully understand yet, because we haven't landed on what the landscape may look like once we've moved along this sustainable journey. I would add that this is a journey. It's not going to happen overnight. It's not going to be instant change. It's something that we will have to manage over a significant period of time, not just 5 years, not just 10, 15, 20. It will be beyond that. And we will absolutely factor in the balance of what that carbon footprint element is. And there will be a debate and there will be discussions around the carbon footprint of a school compared to the carbon footprint of the vehicle being used to transport those children to other locations. How and when that happens, and whether those are electric vehicles, whether those are electric buildings, all of those things will change along this journey, and all of those will inform the decision made at that point in time for that particular context. And there may well be things that we review later on down this process in terms of the principles that are brought to the table, and some may drift off. There may be different ways of doing things. So we need to be agile enough to reflect and adjust to all of those elements. I think the mobile classrooms discussion, and actually what does education look like in the future and how that can be delivered. We know that we've got a real step forward in how technology can be used to deliver within our schools for others that are not in our schools, or from other locations for those in our schools. And that, again, has to be something that will help shape what our school estate looks like in the future. And again, that will accelerate, slow down, accelerate again. There'll be different things that come along, and absolutely they're factors that have to be considered. And then moving into the sort of the school information and the roles and the capacities on the documents, we'll certainly take on board the schools that you're highlighting there, Councillor Dempster, but ultimately what the school role is taken at census in September every year, and that's the data that sits within there. The capacity of the school is based on our count of available spaces in the school. So primaries are done slightly differently. There are composite classes that we need to account for. So for in any school, first 5 classrooms are counted as 25. Anything after that, if they're capable of taking 33, we count as 33. But they're all recorded annually within our, I guess it's the follow-on from the census ahead of enrolment, the school capacities paper for primaries and secondaries. But if there's any that you would like to highlight, please contact me separately and we can check on those. The efficiency. There are 2 elements of efficiency in here, and it's important for members to see what that catchment pupil uptake is across our schools, because this is one of the challenges that we have. We have a number of catchment areas where there are movements of children from one to the other, and they're classed as extraterritorial and territorial children. If there was no ability for that to take place, it would be much easier landscape to plan out, because we know how many children, roughly speaking, are within a catchment area. We could make sure that the school was the right size and capacity. But what we see is parental choice, quite rightly choosing other locations to go to. So we want to show through this process and through the document set the percentage utilisation that school would get if children were not moving between catchment areas, and also the percentage utilisation of those schools as they are just now, where that parental choice sits in. There's decisions around that in the future when we look at these in isolated positions. It might well be that the catchment area is wrong. It might well be that there's been a development growing up close to that boundary line, and families are choosing, quite rightly, to go to the school that's geographically closer. So there is anomalies in here, and these documents are there to help and support those discussions as they come forward. But absolutely happy, Councillor Dempster, if there's anything particularly around some of the individual schools that you've named, that we can look at those, and if there are any errors, apologies for those, and we'll update them as we move forward. Thank you.
Councillor Dempster.
Can I make 2 observations, please? Well, one's a proposal, but I do think that where we have a high uptake of pupils at a particular school, it's clear then that school is in the right place. And irrespective of the condition, we should be looking to ensure that school is maintained for the benefit of the children and the parents and the wider community. And the point's been made well by Councillor Ingalls earlier on about that. I would want, though, Chairman, just clarification on 2.4, the recommendation 2.4 on page 127, where it says, agree that a paper brought back members that details the changes identified by the school model principles which would move the school estate to a sustainable position. I trust that is not as agreeing that officers at this stage will do anything without coming back to members. And I believe that what we should be doing in 2.4 recommendation is simply change the word agree to note. It would then reassure members that the decision will still be theirs, and it may be in December we make that decision, but that we're not agreeing to something today that will cause us grief in December, because it reads as if we're giving officers authority to proceed beyond what the debate has been to date. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, I think that can be assured. Yeah, give that assurance. And in point 4, you say note rather than agree, but I don't think it makes much difference what word we have there. as long as we're not making any decisions before that. Okay, thank you. Councillor Jimison.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, I would like to add my commendation for the work that's been put into this. It's hugely valuable and hugely necessary. And this is information that we should be using rather than listening to newspapers with scare stories. We should be actually pointing them in the direction of this paper is to help us proactively look at the sustainability and the appropriateness of our schools. It's not just about size or scale or how many spaces. It's about sustainable schools that are fit for purpose for the education of children and the ability of the staff to educate their children. We have a situation in Dumfries and Galloway where parents choose to send their children to other schools because they think they've got a superior education or a better place. So it's not, a school's not just full because the locals all go there. They go there from all over the place to go to that school. And if we're looking at equity in our schools, we need to try and get schools that are fit for purpose for the 20s, 30s, 40s. And not all of our schools are in that fortunate position. So instead of focusing on closures, we should be focusing on how can we offer a better education opportunity while looking at all the alternatives. So this body of work allows us as members to look at the information and be proactive. Now, whether that's from a Dumfries and Galloway perspective or a local perspective, the information is there and I'm sure it'll be added to. We can challenge it. But we agreed in 26 January 2023 that we would look at the learning estate, we'd approve of the learning estate strategy for 23 to 38, and it's about ensuring that we are future-proofed. And last comment, if you look at agenda point 9, we can look at the expense of running our schools, and sometimes we're running to stand still basically because we're maintaining schools that are not fit for the purpose of education. So we need to look at this as information, it's research, it's information that we as members should be using. And we should be countering anything that comes out in the press that focus on the negativity. There's positives here. So I think I commend it, and I would ask members to really read it and understand it and not just pick out bits that maybe narc them or whatever. We need to challenge it, but we need to support it because there's a challenge. We need to balance the need for cost effectiveness, maintenance, but also to get the best education and learning facilities for staff and pupils. So I commend it wholeheartedly and I would agree to know and take it forward.
Thanks for your observations, Councillor Jimison, and some good points well made there. Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I would echo the comments that have been made so far around the quality of the report, and I agree with Councillor Jameson. I think this is a really comprehensive audit of the magnitude of the challenge that we're facing. And I think, as officers have said, it's now what we do with that information going forward that's going to be vitally important. And I look forward to the seminar and further reports. I think it's crucial that you go back and speak to the communities and that you've engaged with up till now. As you say, you said we did, but what next is going to be equally as important. And I think that we should praise the officers and ourselves. We've done a really good job in Dumfries and Galloway of protecting our smaller rural schools in particular. And I looked at another rural authority that has a policy that if any school gets to 8 pupils, it goes to an automatic statutory consultation for closure. And as I say, I think we've done a really good job of keeping our schools within our communities, but with that has come the challenge of keeping those schools within the communities. So this is framing a really comprehensive audit that will enable us to make really good sustainable decisions going forward. And George is absolutely right. What we need is schools that are fit for service. In the report it says that, adaptable to changing climate, energy efficient, and meet the needs and aspirations of all of our communities. So I look forward to continued debate on this going forward.
Thanks, Leader. And we'll go to Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair. It's observations rather than questions. It might raise some questions from the observations. I mean, our group understands the need to rationalise the school estate totally and commends the report. It's a really well-written report, a lot of thought put into it, and the devil is in the detail. she was sitting at 1 o'clock in the morning reading it, but it is in the detail. It's very good, and it's a great reference document as well. So thank you for that and all the hard work. But this report, unfortunately, from our perspective, is predicated on a number of issues. We do need to grasp the nettle on this, but what we're not perhaps talking about, and what we haven't spoken about before, is why we're doing this. Or there are many reasons to do this. One is from a financial one, we need to look at the finances of the council. 2 is provision of good education for our children. Totally understand that. Totally behind that. What's less debated and discussed and perhaps more accepted, unfortunately, is the rurality of our region and the stark data presented to us in terms of depopulation. What this report is a response to depopulation in Dumfries and Galloway. And what we're not seeing, and it's not education's role to do this, so I'm not saying it is, this is talking about the report, but I'm raising a bigger issue perhaps that we need to look at, and nobody's mentioned it so far, and that's quite concerning to us, is the depopulation of Dumfries and Galloway. The data, the graphs that you see, the data presented is the lines going down the way. Our young people are leaving, there are less children in Dumfries and Galloway, and we're going to end up with a region that's got more, perhaps, maturing individuals in it, shall we say, than young people, which means at the end of the day we'll have no people to run our public services, etc., etc., etc. I know I'm going off on a tangent, I'll come back again to this. However, this report is partly in response to this, so not for Education Committee, but just a comment on this. We need to look at the rurality of Dumfries and Galloway and depopulation so that not everything is predicated in a reactive way. It's actually, this isn't just a reactive report, I get this, but it's also become more proactive in addressing depopulation and the rurality of a region, because one size doesn't fit all. Thank you.
Thanks for your observations, Linda. I don't think we need answers to any questions there. Thank you very much for that, though. Ben Dashworth, Councillor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I would hope that members would see this as a prelude to positive outcomes rather than negative outcomes. I guess my question is about the engagement locations. Could we just get reminded about what the locations are, please? Thanks.
Thank you. The locations would be the same locations that we visited when we did the consultation with our school stakeholders in terms of gathering the data to create the school model principles. So it would be 5 secondary locations spread out across the region, inviting primary and secondary stakeholders to that centralised location where we'll be able to feed back them the same information we've been able to share with you guys today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Dashworth. Councillor Young, online.
Thank you, Chair. I agree with my fellow councillors. This is it's a fascinating document full of very, very important information. Just a couple of points, and I suppose looking at my own high school, Castle Douglas, obviously it's there as a condition B, but it doesn't indicate, the fact that it's got asbestos which can't be removed. Accessibility is 60%, which will stick at that because it's impossible to improve access to certain areas of the school. And I just wonder, in the overview section, if there should be a note stating some of the aspects of each of the underperforming figures, such as expanding the building condition and expanding accessibility to see if work's going to be done. Will this be improved, or are we stuck with the figure as it is? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. What we've tried to do is use the same, well, absolutely, we have used the same scoring metrics for the condition of all of our buildings, and that's reflected within the document, and that's predicated on Scottish Government guidance, which assesses all schools in Scotland with the same measures, so we know that they're all consistent, but absolutely accepting that some schools will have asbestos in them, some will not, and how do you reference that throughout the document? Some schools with asbestos will have good elements that other schools won't have, so getting that balance is difficult. I think what we would look to do though is use the principles, the 10 principles that we have, and any time that investment comes to a school, we'll be looking at what those principals are telling us are lower scores and doing everything that we can to improve those scores. Now, some of those are far easier than others, whether that's accessibility for Castle Douglas High School is very challenging. It could be solved with a lift within there, or it could be solved around reorganising how some of those spaces are working within the school. But the lens of focus will come to that school when investment is aligned with it. And absolutely this document will help us focus on where the areas are for improvement are required, I suspect. Thank you.
Councillor Young, happy with that?
Happy with that, thank you.
Thank you very much. Go to the recommendations now. Members are asked to note the executive summary, Appendix 1, review of the existing school estate based on the school model principles detailed within primary school profiles, Appendix 2, and the secondary school profiles. Happy to note. 2, agree to a member seminar for further explanation of the school model process. Agreed. 3, agree to officers revisiting the engagement and location and presenting the outcome of the engagement. Agreed. And 4, agree that a paper is brought back to members in December 2024 that details the changes identified by the school model principles which have moved the school estate to a sustainable position. Are we happy to agree that word in the 4th one and note and agree the other ones? Happy? Okay. Thank you very much. We'll take a break for 30 minutes and we'll return at, what time we shall return at? At 1:30. Okay. Welcome back, members. Hope you enjoyed your lunch. We're on to item 8 in the agenda, Instrumental Music Service and Youth Music Initiative Provision Update, report by Executive Director Education, Skills and Community and Wellbeing. Very positive report. Melanie Henry is here to assist the members. Have any questions? I will open up the debate, and I've got Councillor Dashper ready to come in.
Hi there, thank you. No, really glad to see this. Certainly something that which our group is really proud of. Just a question about the waiting lists. I'm sure you're probably expecting that one, but yeah, just give some comment about that and whether there's any sort of east-west disparity even, you know, where are the majority of the waiting lists? Where are they? Are they in certain schools or across the region? Thanks.
Yep.
So thank you for your question. The waiting list is quite evenly distributed across geographically. However, it's heavily weighted towards certain instruments rather than others. So we have a high waiting list for guitar across the whole school estate.
Yeah, and I just suppose my question would be, you know, how long are people staying on the waiting lists roughly, and what efforts, if any, I mean, is it out of our hands bringing that number down, or what can we do? Thanks.
You'll see that the waiting list has gone down from last school year to this school year, so we're using a few different strategies to do that. Especially with the guitar waiting list, the instructors are taking large groups for beginners, because we inevitably get a drop-off in numbers when pupils realise that it's maybe not for them or want to change instrument. So that's really working, and we'll continue to roll that out for the next year and hopefully get numbers down that way.
Good, thank you.
Got Councillor Dempster want to come in?
Thanks, Chair. Just a daft question. On page 671, Appendix 3, it lists who we have consulted with and a range of partners. And then on the further Appendix 4, it talks about the pupils taught. And it also talks about, the paper talks about who we have linked with and partnership with. And that's really what I'm asking. I mean, I know that in my area there's a youth pipe band and a silver band, and they're not featured here. And I wonder whether that's because they have chosen not to become engaged with the school or the instrumental service, or whether we've not reached out to them, or whether there's an opportunity, and how do we explore these opportunities? Because it seems to me that we should be supporting the local bands, pipe bands, brass bands, silver bands, if we can, by ensuring pupils are encouraged to take up music, and it would be a sort of quid quo pro. The school would benefit, so would the bands, because they get a larger number of members. So I just wonder, and it's not specifically my area, because I'm sure the same will be right across the region. I just wonder why we're engaging with some, listing some, and no others, and if there's an opportunity to maybe elected members to feed in to the musical service, where the local bands are, who the contacts are, to see if we can find some way to work in partnership with them. But also save the school the cost of instruments, because most of these bands, whether they be brass, silver or pipe bands, have their own instruments. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, it does say this is not an exhaustive list, but do you want to comment on that, Melanie?
Yeah, this is definitely not an exhaustive list. We do communicate regularly with a larger number than are on here. This list was from those who engaged with the consultation for the Children and Young People's Music Strategy a number of years back, but definitely we welcome working with all community music groups.
Jim?
I'm delighted with that, Chair. That's good. I'll just check up with my own local ones that I know of and see that they've been either had the opportunity or see if they're invited to. But thanks very much for that reply. That's great.
I don't have anybody else wishing to come in. I've got Councillor Scobie wishing to come in.
Yeah, Chair, and it's a positive report with all the different aspects of it and the different It's really just a couple of questions. It refers here to the South West of Scotland Piping and Drumming Academy. I just wonder if that is available. Remember we honoured the gentleman, I just can't remember his name, just recently. And when I last spoke to him some time ago, he was interested in taking it out throughout the whole of Dumfries and Galloway, right through to Stranraer and further in terms of its Mulla Galloway or Drumore and so forth. Do we do this with that individual to the school? So I see Jim nodding his head, so I take it that as we do. But the report in itself brings me in mind of some years ago when, and I'm sure Gail McGregor can remember, he was the chair of education when we were trying to bring Systema, the big noise, to Dumfries and Galloway, and we failed, or we didn't pursue the issue. But to me, music is not just music, it's about the education you get from music and the learning from that. And I did hear that maybe Systemas might be available again. I don't know if there's any substance in that. But I did visit it when it was in the Raploch in Stirling, and you know, they no longer were walking about with guns, but walking about with violin cases. It was a complete transformation through music. Not specifically that they wanted to be musicians, but it was a whole culture change in that area. So it has that ability, and I just wondered if that was still available in Systema extending their areas, or if that could be looked into, please. Thank you.
Melanie?
I have myself visited Raploch, and it's an amazing place. I don't currently think that Systema are looking to expand into another location at the moment, but we'll definitely engage with them if that comes up again. Thanks.
Councillor Little?
Thank you, Chair. Not a question, it's just this has been a long time coming, and I am absolutely ecstatic to see this. Last term, Councillor Katie Hagman and myself jumped about and shouted so much about this. It's very difficult for people to understand this is not extra. For to do SQ examinations, you need to be proficient in 2 instruments, and music is the only activity that uses both sides of your brain at the same time, so that it benefits young people in so many other aspects of their learning and so many aspects of their life. So I want to thank the team for this, and I'm excited to see the whole list of partners, because we did struggle to get partners on board for some time, but now we have. So no, I'm just really, really happy with this, and want to thank the team for their work.
Thanks for that positive contribution. Thank you. We can go to the recommendations now. Members are asked to notice the current service delivered by Dumfries and Galloway Council Instrumental Music Service Youth Music Initiative Programme as detailed in Section 4. And we'll have noted it. Thank you very much. We're on to 9, Properties, Buildings, Asset Class, Capital Programme Update, report by Executive Director, Education Skills and Community Wellbeing. We've got Mo.
I think Mo's on screen. It's on screen.
Mo Goon is online if you've got any questions. I've got Councillor Stitt.
Thanks, Chair. I brought it up at the last education meeting, but have we had any additional funding for the Scottish Government to take care of some of the RAP problems of Edinburgh schools?
Mo?
Thank you, Chair. Councillor, unfortunately, no, there is no update on any funding from Central Government. At the moment, we have an allocation from the Council through FBT that we will be progressing with the removals across the next 3 financial years. But yeah, the answer is no, nothing from SG. Thank you.
Councillor Dempster's online.
Thanks, Chair. Just one question on page 690. It's about Sanquhar Academy, but it's not about Sanquhar Academy, it's about accessible alterations. And you can see in the report it says where is it? The initial scope of stress accessibility introduction of ramp, but due to the various levels in the school, lifts are required. So this is something that happened, I'll guarantee you, 20 years ago. We commissioned, or we were instructed by the Scottish Government to commission a study in all council buildings to identify how to address accessibility. So 20 years later on, we're sitting with a report that's saying what we knew 20 years ago and what probably we knew when the school was built. So I'm just wondering, and there are other schools, there must be, or that era, in the same boat. I'm just wondering if we do intend to introduce lifts, because clearly it's important for the well-being of pupils who need additional support, who need lifts to get to the classes, to make sure that they are with their peers and that they're not discriminated against. So it's not necessarily about Sanquhar Academy, although it features here with a red warning. It's do we intend to progress at some stage, hopefully some stage soon, accessibility arrangements that will ensure that pupils can go to whatever school they want in the region and they will be able to access classrooms along with their peers. Thanks, Chair.
Mo?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. From our perspective as a council, we do our best to make all our building accessible where it's possible. Unfortunately, sometimes the building itself, they prove as a challenge for us, where there will be many different levels internally as well as the externals. Sanquhar being one of them has been really difficult in terms to make it work with the user just ramp. So there is the teams are exploring around the introduction of lifts, etc. So we are engaging with supply chains and suppliers to see how we can make that accessible for people.
You want to come in, Lauren?
Thank you, Chair. Just if I could add, the particular project at Sanquhar, for reference, was in response to some children that had particular mobility issues, hence why we see that in there. That was a reactive programme to support in that particular instance. My colleague Mo has highlighted the challenges of making all of our schools accessible, and interestingly, that's why that's one of our factors in the sustainability, the schools modelling information that was shared previously. I think our challenge is the number of schools, the level of funding that we have, and the ability to maintain and spend money wisely in the right places for the right reasons. Accessibility has to be one of those. But as we move forward just now, and the way we approach it is when there's a particular need, known need arising, we adapt the buildings in a priority order based on that, rather than trying to do them all, because ultimately where we would end up is with other condition functions deteriorating, where we've focused on accessibility for some schools when potentially there wasn't a direct need at that point in time. But it is a challenge. Absolutely accept that. Thank you.
Councillor Dempster.
I used to say I'm not particularly comfortable with that. For the last 20 odd years, we have sent children from Sanquhar to Wallace Hall because they have a lift there and they have certain apparatus here that supports some children. So there has been absolutely identified needs in the past that haven't been addressed. And I'm content, excuse me, I'm content with the response. I'll speak to Mo and Lauren offline, but I do think that we need to address these issues, because we just can't let them trundle on. We've just committed, what is it, £40 million, a couple of agenda items ago. I'm guaranteed buy a few lifts with that. And I'm not saying that wasn't a necessary investment. What I'm saying is we do have capital, we do have money that we can draw down from other sources to carry out that type of work. And it is essential for the well-being for the wider community and the pupils who want to go to these schools. But you don't need to come back in that chair. I'm content with the response. I'll speak to Mo and Lara offline. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Jim. Thank you. I don't have any members. Any question, Ben? Councillor Dash.
Thank you. Just a bit of a daft laddie question for clarity, really. Universal free school meal funding. Because this is an asset report, you know, when my brain reads free school meals, I think, oh, that's money to deliver food and stuff. But are we talking, because it's an asset report, is this sort of like kitchen upgrades in order to facilitate that? And what does that look like in practice? Thanks.
Well,
yes, so it's the nature of the funding itself, because it's capital, and as well there is our colleagues in facilities management are carrying a program of kitchen upgrades across the schools.
Ben, nobody else want to come in, so we'll go to recommendations. One, note the outturn position for financial year 2023-24 as detailed in section 3.1 and appendices 1 and 3. 2, agree the 3-year allocation of funding across the schools asset class is highlighted, section 3.3 and detail in appendix 2. And 3, note the previously agreed 1140 hours capital allocation is highlighted within section 3.6. And note the financial position regarding the free school meals programme as highlighted in section 3.11 is currently forecast to spend 601k within 24-25 as detailed in appendix 2. And note the 5, note the progress for RAC project and Boutique Primary School as highlighted within section 3.8 and 3.9. You happy to agree and note as indicated? Yeah, thank you. On to item 10. Head of Services 6-month assessment, April 1st, 2023 to 30 September 2023 of Education, Learning and Resources Service Plan 2023-24, report by Executive Director, Skills and Education Skills and Community Wellbeing. Jonathan is here to answer questions, to assist members. And I will open up the meeting to members' debate. So item 10, any questions on 10? Councillor Jimison?
Yeah, I'm on page 696, referencing the review of additional support for learning workforce being undertaken regarding training, etc. This is a bit of a success story in terms that the members asked for this piece of research to be done, and with a consultation with all the various stakeholders. And my question is, we know that the training's in place. We also agreed on a split of allocating need and allocating staff and oversight on that, and a more particular question on the clarity on contracts for learning assistants. We discussed the benefit of having secure contracts so that the training would be embedded and long-lasting, if you like. So my question is, where are we now with the allocation process, the allocation need, allocation process, and the oversight body? And secondly, have we come to any sort of firm policy on the ratio of full-time contracts, fixed-term contracts? And also, when speaking to learning assistants, is the clarity on that when you're eligible for a full-term contract, etc.?
I would like to take that one, John.
I'll, excuse me, thanks for the question. I'll probably take two of the aspects, but in terms of the allocation process, probably easier, well, probably better if this is a classic case of where it straddles the parts of the service, where we're working on the workforce, which sits within my part of the service, but obviously the impact of that workforce probably sits more in Jim's side of the business in terms of the quality curriculum side. So we are going through the allocation process at the moment. That is all. Oops. It's not a problem, Councillor. Okay, so we're going through the process at the moment and currently allocating the resources out through the following the audit and looking at the movement of staff over the next wee while, which will take place up until the summer break, to make sure that we're meeting those demands in accordance with the framework. The ambition is to have an 80-20 split in terms of permanent contracts and 20% of that flexibility to allow us to move the pieces of the jigsaw. And I don't like using that kind of terminology when we're talking about people, but we do understand it is a strategic overview to make sure we're meeting those young people's needs. And that includes the eligibility, which sits as part of our council's eligibility in terms of the employment law, in terms of making sure that we're meeting that employment law, whether people meet the permanency status or not, and making sure that we apply that. But obviously, we're looking to that continued open recruitment to make sure that we are attracting the best quality of staff coming into the system as well. And I think, although I don't know if it's a question, there was a comment regarding the review of the contracts and the review of the workforce and taking that work forward. And we've done a significant amount of work over the last year. But like any piece of work, it's sometimes difficult to quantify when you first set off on that journey. And we've certainly realised that there's a lot more work to be done in terms of, again, taking people with us, making sure that we're consulting appropriately and properly, not rushing things, and looking at trying to develop a framework which builds on the additional support and training and professional development that we've been able to deliver over the last wee while, but also to try and build a career progression pathway for our support for learning assistants, as well as other members of staff across the Directorate. So it links in not just to one specific group, but we need to look at that across the piece, because we've got great opportunities in a very, very wide and diverse workforce to try and build those pathways moving forward. And that's the work we're going to be really engaged with from now on, really, and certainly a significant amount of effort being put into that for next year, and that'll be reported in next year's service plan as well. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much for that. That's a really good response, and I think it's a bit of success for the committee as a whole, because it was a consensual thing that we were all really interested in, and you've reacted in the right way. So it'd be interesting to see how it goes forward. Thank you.
I've got Councillor Hill online.
Yeah, hi, thank you, Chair. Thank you for the report. I'm just wondering, at 2.2, we've been asked to scrutinise the exemption reporting and consider whether the actions proposed are adequate in Appendix 2. But when I'm looking on page 707 at CWO5, which comes under Education and Learning, the annual performance review, the exemption report isn't actually in this agenda item. And it's also the same on page 707 with CW13. The exemption report isn't in this agenda item. I actually did find it eventually, and it's in the next agenda item in the Appendix 2. So I'm wondering if there's a reason for that, or whether it's just an oversight and a mistake. So if I could have clarification on that, please. And then just some sort of like more clarification on how we're going to improve these annual performances, because we talk about these last year, we talked about them this year, and it seems to be a trend over the council that we're struggling to get performance reviews done, whether it's systems problems or what it is. But it's quite concerning that we're not sort of like bringing this target up. We're still looking at 38.5%. So thanks very much for that.
John?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Hill. And I think, first of all, the exception report, we felt for members it was probably not the best thing to duplicate the work. It sits across the whole service, and therefore we made the decision that that would sit within the quality curriculum service report, performance report. So you will find it, as you said, in the report, but we just didn't want to duplicate and put it in twice. And make sure that we're trying to report in a single sort of point of contact, because it's across the businesses that we operate, the services that we operate and deliver on. In terms of your specific question regarding the PRD, PDR process, and we know that this has been reported on numerous occasions to the committee. I think it's almost that regular update when we talk about performance. And again, I remain committed and also confident that we are meeting the requirements of our staff to ensure that they're undertaking an annual PRD or PDR, and we are very much focused on the support that schools need to deliver on that. We know that the current system is not fit for purpose, and we've reported on that on numerous occasions that it does not fit with a school academic year, and the council process does not actually work for us in education. So therefore, We have got other methods which we can use, which is obviously quite a manual process to ask schools themselves to ask for that information, which we do not believe is a particularly useful use of our time. However, we are confident that moving forward that the systems will develop and adapt to make sure that the education voice, the school's voice, is being heard, and that the systems that we use can adapt to ensure that we are recording and reporting appropriately. But that's the work we're doing, if you like, behind the scenes, not necessarily being reported on at present. Thank you.
So basically we're saying we are doing the reviews, but the system doesn't allow for the proper reporting. Chrissy?
Yeah, hi, thank you for that. I kind of thought that was going to be the answer. So looking on page 739, we talk about the interventions and the summary checks, and it states that it's a particular staff groups with focus for improvement for the coming year. Are those particular staff groups going to involve learning supports? Councillor Jameson's already alluded to more permanent contracts, and also I'm very pleased about all the training that's been put in place. But are we going to sort of like incorporate a progression pathway for people that do want to progress in a career but don't necessarily want to be a qualified teacher? And would those be seen through these PDRs that are highly important, in my opinion, for supply staff or for temporary staff who potentially might not have the contract extended but might be a fantastic worker who wants to progress within education? How do we encapsulate that, and how are we going to move that forward so that we're building on our recruitment and our retention of those frontline staff, please?
Yeah, thank you. And absolutely, those two questions are completely where the heart of this work is. It's a simple yes. This is a group of staff that we know are at highest risk of not ensuring that we give an annual PDR as a very minimum, but actually it should be much more regular in terms of contact with a more senior colleague to ensure that they are being supported and signposted and coached at times as well moving forward in terms of career development. And the PDR, which is that annual process, hopefully allows that opportunity to develop the career pathway for that individual. What we don't necessarily want is a stagnant group of staff, a group of staff that have to be able to see the opportunities that the wider council, the wider service can deliver, the wider directorate can deliver on. And that work, when we're looking at that closer review of learning assistance, will provide some of that framework for that work moving forward as well. Thank you.
Hill, happy with that?
Yeah, thank you. That's really positive to hear, and positive to hear that there are going to be career pathways hopefully put in place for learning support so that we can get, you know, people that do want to uptake more training and do want to become qualified to work with specific children's needs is going to be there and put in place. So I welcome a report on that coming back. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other hands up? Apart from Councillor Dashwood.
Saving the best to last, Chair. My question is about Cretan Primary School, just about the condition, and it says that future options will be considered as part of the school estate plan. Just wondering when will that be? Thanks.
I could probably answer it on behalf of my colleague Larry, but I've asked him to come along as well, Councillor Dashwood, because I think we've used this as an example of a particular school where we know that there's investment required. And we know that we've got a school estate strategy that we've now agreed and are working through what that looks like, and the comments we had before lunch in regards to that. I wonder if I'll pass to Larry to give a specific example on what that might look like in terms of that discussion that we need to have when we get to a school which needs that level of investment.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Chair. Cretan Primary School, as we know, is a school that's a Condition C rated building based on the Scottish Government guidance, and so therefore we need to have a plan in place to address that. The existing process as it stands just now through prioritised investment would require us to look at that facility and to absolutely invest in it and to address the condition elements of it. Where we are just now is that transition period, I guess, from that existing priority investment methodology to the new methodology which will come out the back of the school's modelling process. So whilst we have the the work done around what the investment would look like at Cree Town, and whilst we have the options and the appraisals of whether it's savable or not as a building, and I would say the condition is beyond that just now, what we would look to do is to bring that forward as one of our first initial pilot projects to around that school's modelling process, to say, members, here are the choices, here are some options around what we can do. Some of them may well be around the level of investment that's required to replace it, or there may be alternatives at that process, at that point in time. So it will be, I guess, the test of the school's modelling process post-December, when we have that, hopefully have that agreement, and to use that process going forward. Sorry, it's not a direct answer to what we're going to do there, but it's just because it's about to move from one to another process.
Right, nobody else wishing to ask a question, so we'll go to the recommendations. We're asked to review the summary of performance for the Education Learning Resources Service Plan, period 1st October to 31st April, which includes council plan delivery, service plan delivery, change and improvement activities, success measures, service-specific council-wide, including health and safety, and local government benchmarking framework, and the management of the risks within the service risk register, Appendix 1. So we have reviewed it. And 2, scrutinise exception reporting and consider whether the actions proposed are adequate to improve performance and future monitoring of areas which have not met the target, and we have scrutinised those. We'll go on to item 11, Head of Service, End of Year Assessment, 1st of April 2023 to 31st March 2024. Education Quality and Curriculum Service Plan 2023-24, report by Executive Director Education Skills and Community Wellbeing. Jim Brown is here to support and assist members if you have any questions. So, Councillor Jimison, I've got Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, I'm looking at page 729. The gap between the lowest 20% SIMD and the highest SIMD at Curriculum for Excellence and the SCQF is just alarmingly high. And I know there's a multitude of reasons for this, and it's no through lack of effort or Scottish Government initiatives, but there's 35% of young people in the lowest SIMD are getting one or more higher, and that just can't be right. So the other question, the question I'm going to ask is, I know what we are doing about it, but what can we do about it? Because it's something that can't be acceptable to anybody. We talk about equity of opportunity, and it's really hard when you've got kids living in deprivation, etc., and kids with very, very supportive parents, but we need to find some way to support these young folk to get better outcomes. And that's not to say the academic achievements are the be-all and end-all, but we shouldn't have the perception that these kids are less able. We should work harder at that. The other, it's not in the paper, but the Sunday Times, which is a very, very subjective and respected educational supplement, it actually identifies that 8 of our schools are in the bottom third in terms of higher performance in Scotland. And it also identifies a big gap between our lowest achieving schools in terms of academic and our highest achieving schools. So can we have some sort of indication as to what we can do for the likes of Dumfries Learning Campus and an academy, Lockerbie Academy, who are on the face of it underachieving it? And I know there are a lot of reasons for that. So what I would like to ask the Education Department is, what can we do to close the attainment gap and provide a bit more equity across the schools in Dumfries and Galloway? I know it's not an easy question to answer, but it's something that's just there, and we need to address it somehow, in my opinion.
Jim?
Thank you, Councillor Jimson. You're absolutely right. And the point about the overall attainment picture is actually it's perfectly strong and positive, but there are those areas where it is less so. I think the first thing to say is, in the year that this is measuring, we had an increase in
leavers. So we, particularly from SIMD 1 and 2, which of course in S4 and S5, so that means you don't have as much time in school to bank those qualifications. That to me speaks strongly of the curriculum offer. And in that, what I mean is we've got, with our 16 secondary schools, we've got 16 different curriculum models and a variety of different offerings in each of those schools. That is something that we are looking at through the senior phase group, and in particular it is that one of the benefits of aligning timetables will give a much richer provision across the piece. I think there are specific areas as well that we can look at in terms of, and there's a point made about foundation apprenticeships in the paper, that there are certain qualifications I think that we need to focus on rather more. We're not certainly behind other authorities in Scotland, but I think some of these qualifications like FAs would actually serve many of our young people who perhaps leave school earlier than I would like them to. So whilst I recognise absolutely the point you're making, I recognise as well that you are talking about local or localities where it's challenging. I also accept and acknowledge the point you make about the fact that certain qualifications are not the be-all end-all. They are not the qualifications we necessarily need for every young person to have. What I would like is to see young people staying longer in school, and to do that we have got the senior phase group to look at the range of senior phase qualifications, and the example I've given there is foundation apprenticeships.
Yeah, I understand that, and I think we're slow. We've been slow in the previous employment we were. There is a reluctance in schools to change that direction of travel, that vocational qualifications as apprenticeships are just as rewarding as academic. But I still go back to the point that we shouldn't assume that a kid from a poorer background can't get 5 A's or 5 hires or 4 hires. And sometimes that's the assumption. And it's the assumption that's often bred into them, maybe from their background, their parents, etc., etc. So it's raising the aspirations of these young folk. How can we, at an early age, actually encourage them to believe in themselves? One of the things that I would like to look at is pupil-teacher ratio. And the research I've done suggests that in lower socioeconomic areas, there's a great deal of benefit in lower pupil-teacher ratios. So can we, it's obviously out with my ability, but can we look at that, the benefit of lower pupil-teacher ratios in schools that are not performing as well as others? We have an issue where parents will send their kids to, for example, St Joseph's College because they've got a really good reputation on getting hires. I'd rather they stayed in their own school, but they get extra help because they need that extra help. If you're not getting that parental support, you're less affluent, you're less stable, you're not going to do as well, and that's more likely to be the case in areas of deprivation. So what can we as a region actually do to try and raise the aspiration and the outcomes for these young people?
Thank you, Councillor Jimson. Just very briefly, I absolutely agree with the point you made about the fact that you can't presume that a particularly young person might not be aspirant at certain qualifications. The point I made was rather to say, if we see the statistic that we recognise young people from certain SIMD backgrounds are leaving schools prior to S5, S6, what I would suggest is that that's more indicative of the curriculum offer, which we need to look and review and ensure in consultation with young people meets their needs. And I certainly would, I'm encouraging colleagues to speak with folk who want to leave school earlier than I would prefer to make sure that there is a positive destination. On that, it is heartening to see that actually in terms of our positive destination data, we have done very, very well over the last 2 or 3 years. And certainly in terms of the wider Scotland figure, we are above, and certainly in terms of our family group. So we know that when our young people leave schools, they do go overwhelmingly to positive destinations. But you're right, the conversation never finishes. It's then to say, well, who is not going to a positive destination? What are the nature of those destinations? And how long do they remain positive for? And if there's any connection with that and the curriculum offer we've had. So certainly I'll take your points on board. In terms of the benefits of lower pupil-teacher ratio, I'd be more than happy to have a communication with you to hear what you have understood about that and how you see that might benefit. And I think Karen's got something to add to that as well.
Thanks for that. I would still like more assurance. I know you can't give definitive, but the gap between the lower achievers and higher achievers it's very, very significant. It's very, very stubborn. And also the difference between, and I've used these words very, very loosely, our lower achieving schools and our better achieving schools, there's a huge difference. So I would like to see if you guys could have some focus on going beyond the obvious. What can we do more for these schools and these children in these schools? Because, you know, a child born in Eastleigh who goes to an academy, why can't he have the same expectation of success as somebody whose parent actually sends their child from Dumfries to Wallace Hall or Lockerbie to Moffat? You know, we need to get equity in our schools so there's a mutual understanding that your child doesn't need to go away to another place, that the school that you're going to will give you the best opportunity that you can, an equal opportunity. Back to the word the equity, and it's hard to get equity when you don't start at the same place. If you don't start at the same place to get equity, you need to give them some sort of help to get them into that position where they can get equity. So really what I'm looking for, Chair, is some sort of assurance that we recognise the issue and we're looking at some sort of solutions to try and address that. We may not be successful, but let's try something, or let's look to see, is there solutions?
Karen wants to go in. Who wants to go first?
I think it's important that we look at the resourcing model, and I'm going to ask John to come in here because part of the issue, members, is our resourcing allocation has been premised for many years on protecting our smallest schools. And I think if you look at our attainment league tables compared to our PTR league tables, there are some stark differentials, and our largest schools tend to be in our least affluent communities. So, John, can I hand over to you, please?
Thank you, Gillian. And I think you've probably just said what I was going to say, but that is fundamentally one of the challenges that we face. And as you know, I'm very acutely aware of the fact that equity is what we should be trying to provide. That doesn't mean that everybody gets the same. We know that, and we need to have a system of delivery in Dumfries and Galloway that meets all of the needs of our young people, and we need to have that that array of settings and size, scale, etc., because that's what young people need, and people need to have the choice about what they access as well. But as the Director has pointed out, the current model is not equitable. Our larger schools support our smaller schools, and that's both in primary and in secondary in terms of keeping a pupil-teacher ratio, which is reported on nationally every year, and we've continued to stay well within our boundaries in terms of pupil-teacher ratio. But we know that some of our schools, our larger schools, are supporting some of our smaller schools. Now, that is not a dig at small schools. I promise you that is not the case. As I said before, equity means that we need to provide for all of those range of individuals that attend our schools. However, we do need to look at our resources again. We do need, as Head of Education Resources, which is my job title, I need to look at that equitable use and distribution of those resources. And we are currently undertaking a review of our secondary, both management points, but also how the allocation of staffing is delivered. And I think we need to look at it again, which is what we're doing. And I think we need to look at it in the cold light of day about comparison to those outcomes of those young people in our secondary schools. And is that correlation really close to the pupil-teacher ratio? And if that is the case, then we need to do something about it. Now, there isn't any more money, we know that. We're in a very challenging fiscal climate at the moment, as we know. So we need to look at the resources we've currently got and make sure that we're allocating those resources to the appropriate places to ensure that we're getting that high-quality input. I also, although teachers play a huge role, the most significant role, some may argue, although I still believe parents play the most significant role, and that's probably the area of work we need to spend more on. But many other adults in the young person's life need to be part of that deal, if you like, that supportive deal. We can't expect the teacher to do everything from 9 o'clock till 3, which is only a small proportion of the day. So other opportunities have we got? And again, I think we've got a great opportunity with the Directorate of Community Wellbeing that we need to look at all of that support for that young person and try and allocate those resources proportionately and equitably. not giving everybody the same thing, but making sure that we're targeting those areas that we see as the biggest challenge. So hopefully that gives you a level of assurance that we're on it, we understand the correlation, and we're trying very hard to work across all of our parts of our directorate to make sure we meet those young people's needs, to build that aspiration for the young people and make sure that they can get what they deserve. Thank you.
Okay, with that assurance, we move on to Councillor Lowe.
Yeah, thanks, John. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Just a bit of a disparity here on page 728, the third box down, quality and curriculum response to 10,000 voices, it says 0%. And it goes to an exception report where it actually says this has been completed. Now, it may be it's in another place, but could it not just be noted there that no, look elsewhere for it? Because it looks like it's not been done. But the other sort of really question I've got is on page 725, the second proper box down, review existing transition arrangements from early learning to childcare to primary and from primary to secondary. The key point to this is communication, and I've got to say my inbox, the most education cases I have got are lack of communication where information has not been passed from one school to another. And are we kind of working to bridge that gap and make that improvement? Thanks.
Jim?
Thank you, Councillor Lowe. As far as the response to 10,000 voices, it was not picked up on Pentana through reporting. It had been marked that our actions in response to that were picked up through indicators 16.5 and 16.6. So it just was an error picking that up, and I just wanted to acknowledge that in the exception report as well. In relation to transition, there is currently a transition group in place at the moment, and we are looking how we can make really effective and equitable transitions between primary and secondary schools. So that work is ongoing and is continuing into this next academic year, because we are aware that it is not always an equitable transition experience for all our pupils.
Thanks for that. Councillor Stitt and then Councillor Hill.
Thanks, Chair. It's referring to page 730, P1140 to P116. I think the value of them three compared to targets are quite alarming for looked after children.
Can you give us a page reference again there?
It's page 730, Director, and it's P114, it's percentage of P1, P4 and P7 children combined achieving, and it's 115 percentage of, that's in literacy, and it's P1, P147, and the next one in numeracy, and the bottom one is percentage of school leavers with one or more qualification at SDQF, level 5 or better.
Thanks very much. I'm conscious that the officers here have their own printouts and they're not fortunate enough to have the complete print pack, so that's giving you a moment or two to find which indicators. Can I hand over to Karen or to Jim in the first instance? Thank you.
It works, thank you. Sorry, I'm having some problems with the microphone. I'm really grateful for the question, Councillor Stitt. I think you're hitting it on the head there. That is very, very concerning. There are a number of things to consider in this. Firstly, that is a reflection of the experience of some of these children. So there's a reason why we have this on here. It's because we have a particular focus to ensure that we do not let down the young people who are the most vulnerable in our communities. But as a function of that vulnerability, it is a fact that education can, in some cases, be far more challenging for some of those young people. So to some extent, we know why this is the case. I think your question is more around, and what are we now going to do about this? The other point I'll make before I think I'll pass over to Ali there is that, and we made this point previously, but because we've got so few, relatively speaking, young people within different categories, so suddenly you're talking about looked after children in P1. That's actually a very small number of young people, actually you can get disproportionate statistical effects because of the small scale. But that's not in any way to take away from the fact that this is a group of young people we need to get a real focus on. We do, in relation to that, have a team of staff, colleagues who work specifically with looked after and accommodated children in Dumfries and Galloway, and Ali is the person who leads that group, so I can maybe pass over to her for a bit more detail. Thanks.
Thank you. My team have now going to have 2 primary teachers who will be supporting primary 5, 6 and 7 pupils who are care experienced, who are struggling with literacy and numeracy. And in secondary we also have 3 teachers at the moment who are able to support with literacy and numeracy, and that is National 3s, 4s, and we can support in class or extra support for National 5, but as some of us are qualified in English teachers or primary teachers, we're only able to do support work with these children. A lot of these young people are just quite simply not ready to do their literacy and numeracy. They are dealing with lots of issues at home, the bereavement, trauma after trauma, so many things in their lives that we are supporting them with nurture with literacy or nurture with numeracy, so that they develop a relationship with us and have a better relationship with their school staff and an understanding of what's going on in their life, and that is why they're struggling with core subjects. I don't know if that answers your question.
I'm quite happy with the reply, Chair. Thanks very much.
Thank you for that. Councillor Hill.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. A number of my questions have been answered, which you'll be pleased to hear about, no doubt. Page 736, I noticed that at the top of that page, it's a new code, and it's the failure to deliver critical and essential services, and there isn't an impact target risk. And I'm highlighting it because it was the same at Social Work Committee, and it was highlighted there that this is on the paper, but there's no target risk. So I'm just wondering why that is, even though it is a new code. Possibly that's the answer. Another point, it is disappointing that there was a pause of the transitions, and it was good to hear that that's going to be looked at, because it's a pivotal point in a child's life when they transition from anything, and it needs to be smooth and flow so that they feel comfortable, so that we keep the attendance up. And then if we can just go to page 756 on the increased parental involvement decision making. That's in the red, and we do have the exception report, and on reading that it says it mentions the autism provision consultation, and it's another consultation that we've done previously, and I know there is due something to come back about the autism provision, but my concern is when this consultation was done, I attended one and there was 2 elected members at it. There was no parents, and as a parent, I'm wondering how other parents got to find out about these consultations, because I certainly didn't as a parent. I had no correspondence. I found out as an elected member. So I know we go on to item 12 next, and we've got a parental involvement engagement strategy, which is highlighting that parents need to be involved more. But it's just a concern with this being in the red and the consultation that we're going to go out to, in the next couple of months. So I just wanted to highlight those points. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Hill. The first point, I don't have a good answer for you. I don't understand why it's the case. John and I have looked at that, and on Pentana, it doesn't seem to enable us to get access to the grid. That may well just be errors on our part, but I assure you we've looked at that, so we will get that amended for the next publication. Thanks for your comments on transitions. I'm grateful for those. And in terms of the autism, that particular engagement, you'll appreciate there's an awful lot goes on, so I don't know the specific details around in what way we publicise that to parents. I take your point. It is disappointing if there's a piece of work that we have put a lot of effort and energy in, and for some reason we didn't manage to get the comms out sufficiently well to encourage people to attend. I'm very pleased that you and another elected member did attend, however. So I'll have to have a look at that and find out where that was, how it was publicised, because if there was a mistake there, obviously we need to capture that for what we're doing moving forward. So thank you for that.
Okay, happy, Chrissy?
Yeah, thanks, Jane. That's good to know because, like I say, the autism provision, we do have a lot more children who are presenting as neurodiverse, and we really need to focus on engaging with those parents because a lot of them are feeling a bit out in the wilderness and not having this information about consultations. It is really impacting them and the mental health, and then that creates problems at home, which then creates trauma for the child as well. So it's a massive concern to me about any consultation or any engagement we do, and this one has just highlighted how serious it is about the consultations. But sorry, could I just pick up as well on page 737? I looked at the impact, the target risk, and is it not quite advantageous that we're coming down quite a lot in that? Because we do have a lot of work to do, and we do have the review of the resources and the service review. Are we being a bit presumptuous that we're going to be in the green with that targeted risk, do we feel? Should that possibly have been a bit further up in the yellow and working towards it, with certainly quite a lot of unknowns coming forward at the moment with the review? Thanks.
I take your point in terms of how these are put together. I think you're absolutely right to suggest that in some cases it is not possible to mitigate against all risks, and so the final outcome risk, even despite the mitigations, can in some cases remain in the red. That's just the nature of things sometimes. I think the conversation we had was if all these mitigations are put in place and are effective, then that would be the outcome. I think your comment, Councillor Hill, is that these are perhaps difficult mitigations, and what if they're not done effectively, and so on and so forth. And I think that probably is more to say that then, well, we have to say the mitigations were not done properly, and we remain in the red at a 3-4. So yeah, I take your point, but I would still suggest that we massively reduce the likelihood and reduce the impact if we put those mitigations in place. But I'll happily note your comment that you are not quite as optimistic. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Jim. Councillor Darward.
Thanks, Chair. Just to go back to what Councillor Jameson was saying about an attainment gap and his questions on lack of recognised qualifications for some of our school leavers. I think his comments were laudable. I think the descriptors maybe slightly less so. If we can draw attention to one of the things he spoke about, children and young people from a less affluent background having a lack of aspiration bred into them. I don't think that's a very fair thing to say about people or families. And I would suggest that poverty blights aspirations and hope, not breeding. And one of the challenges we have in Dumfries and Galloway is the fact that 27% of our children live in poverty, and that's not shifting. It hasn't shifted for a number of years. And also, our attainment gap isn't shifting, perhaps due to poverty as opposed to breeding. What we need to look at is poverty and eliminating that, which might give people more aspiration. But also, I think what we need to look at as well in terms of attainment are measuring that. I get their KPIs and they're what we have, but also looking at vocational qualifications for people, because everybody has different aspirations in terms of leaving school and what they want to do. And one of the things we need to look at as well in Dumfries and Galloway, just from a purely building the economy perspective, is matching people with relevant jobs. So it isn't just about hires, it's also about vocational qualifications. So where are we taking that? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dorward. And yeah, I would like to perhaps just refer back to your point about aspiration. Within all our schools, we are striving to meet the 4 capacities of education from Curriculum for Excellence. So for our young people to be successful learners, effective contributors, responsible citizens and confident individuals. And every school has a set of aims and values which are aspirational for their young people. And please be assured that the staff within our schools at every level have aspirations for our pupils, regardless of their postcode, their socio-economic background, as well as targeting young people from perhaps the more deprived backgrounds, as they would be classified in quintile 1. We also look at poverty in a range of factors and families that come under the 6 groupings, and we target very much the support and interventions for those young people as well, and they are measured within our schools. And in addition to that, we have authority stretch aims, but they ask us that schools have their own individual stretch aims to close that poverty-related attainment gap. Within the curriculum review as well, it is looking at a range of the standard, the traditional qualifications, as well as more of those vocational ones. But it's also about looking outwards to our community to see what is the need in our community regarding employment. And there is an awareness and an understanding that for some of our young people, they do not want to move away from Dumfries and Galloway. Home really is where the heart is, and they want to stay here. And the supports from schools and with our colleagues in SDS Scotland is to move our young people into the right positive destinations. And for some of them, it is very much local.
Linda? Yeah. George, very quickly, please.
Yeah, just to respond to Councillor Durwood, I wasn't implying that it was a genetic problem. It's more of a societal problem. So I apologise for being a little bit loose with my language. However, I did mention alternatives like vocational. My point was that we shouldn't assume that some children are more vocational and some are more academic, and that's what happens sometimes.
Clarification, Councillor Jameson. We move to the recommendations. We're asked to review the summary of performance for the Education Quality and Curriculum Plan for the period 1st April 2023 to 31st March 2024, which includes council plan delivery, service plan delivery, change and improvement activities, success measures, service-specific council-wide, good health and safety, and local government benchmarking framework, and the management of the risks within the services risk register, Appendix 1, and scrutinise the exception reporting and consider whether the actions proposed are adequate to improve performance and future monitoring of areas which have not met the target. We have indeed reviewed and scrutinised the report. Which brings us on to 12, Parental Involvement Engagement Strategy. Update in relation to the Scottish Government Learning Together National Action Plan. Report by the Executive Director, Education Skills and Community Wellbeing. This is an important time to thank a couple of our colleagues who have supported parental involvement, and we recognise that this is Mel McGill's and Lorna Moody's last committee, and we thank them for their long service and support of parental involvement and engagement across Dumfries and Galloway for many years. So we maybe give a wee round of applause for Mel and Laura. And we note that new parent reps will be here for our September meeting. So thank you. And Vanessa Morris is here to assist the members of any questions. I'll open up the meeting to members' debate. Do you want to come in? No. Looks like it's Councillor Howie. Pardon? Councillor Hill, yeah. Chrissy?
Yeah, hi, sorry. Can I just say that I think the work that's been done with this and parent councils has been tremendous, and long may it continue, because, you know, parents do know the children inside out and they need to have the voice within the school. So thank you for the work that's been done with this.
Thank you. No other comments? We can go to the recommendations. Members asked to note minor references are listed in paragraph 4.1. And 2, agree that no significant amendments are required to reflect the updated Learning Together National Action Plan. Happy to note and agree? Yeah. Now on to item 13, transformation update, partnership and school management arrangements, report by the Executive Director, Education Skills and Community Wellbeing. Jonathan is here to assist the members have any questions. I think we'll go through them one by one. And the first thing we're asking to agree is that Borg Primary School will be mothballed for the session 24-25 due to low numbers as detailed in paragraphs 4.3 to 4.5. You have to agree that in line that this has been discussed fully with the school community. Happy with that? Okay. 2. Note that Carsfairns Primary School will remain in mothballed status for session 24-25 due to no children attending the school, as detailed in paragraphs 4.6 to 4.9, and that officers will provide a further opportunity for enrolment and transfer for academic year 25-26. We've had some correspondence from Carsfairn Primary School parents, and if perhaps you could update us, John, on what is the latest news of possible school enrolment for next year.
So as the report says, the anticipated numbers for Carsfairn Primary School are 6 for next year. That's given an enrolment and transfer opportunity. Those numbers do include a child that does not live within the catchment area. We're also aware that there's currently a child within the catchment areas who's here on a temporary basis. So those are the numbers. I've checked this morning that there has been no further enrolments or transfers received.
So can you just remind us what's the maximum number for next year?
And that's a maximum roll as detailed in 4.7 of 6.
Okay, so it's Councillor Hill, Councillor Lowe.
Thank you. We note that, and I'm sure we've all received correspondence from that community about potential for more pupils. Question that's come from one of our elected members not in this committee is about the condition of the school and how it's been monitored, because it's been empty for quite a while now, and just concerns that if it were to be, put back into use, the longer that it's kept, do we know exactly where it's at, this building? Thanks.
Thank you for your question. Our colleagues in property, estates and programmes, they have keys and they have, I don't know how frequently, but they do check on the buildings. There would obviously be a financial implication of bringing a building back into use that has not been used since about July 2019.
Thanks, Councillor Howe. Wants to come in?
Thank you, Chair. It's just following correspondence again from Carsfairn PD. It's just seeking assurance that the exercise regarding doing a scoping of parents in the area who have children will be carried out on an annual basis.
Yeah, absolutely. As with all of our mothballed schools, I think we will look at how we communicate very kind of targeted with those families for next year, taking on our experience of this year, but absolutely we have to demonstrate if we were to move to a statutory consultation process with any of our mothballed schools, that we have made all attempts to communicate with those groups, so absolutely.
So if anybody else wanting to speak on this one, so are we happy to agree that Carsfairn will remain in mothball status due to no children attending the school as detailed in paragraphs? Provide an opportunity for enrolment and transfer of academic year 2025-26. Happy with that? Okay. 3 is to note the engagement held with Colvend Primary School and staff during session 23-24 due to the predicted low pupil numbers as detailed in paragraphs 4.10 to 4.13, and that's just for noting the position that we'll monitor the situation as we go forward. And 4, agree that Kirkbean Primary School will be mothballed for the session 24-25 due to the low numbers as detailed in paragraph 414 to 417, and that has been agreed with the parents involved. Happy to agree that. And 5, agree that Hotsbridge Primary School will be mothballed for the session 24-25 due to low numbers as detailed in paragraphs 4.1 to 8 to 4 to 21. So I'm happy to agree that. That's been done in consultation with the parents as well. And 6, agree an option for Loughrutten Primary School from those listed at paragraph 4.25 to 4.27 to take forward that a further report will be brought back to future meeting of this committee as detailed in paragraph 4.28. And we've got Councillor Howie wishing to speak to that.
Thank you, Chair. I believe we'll all have received a very comprehensive correspondence in this matter from the Chair of Loughrutten Community Council, Mr Kelvin Frew, who put a very good position from the community. This is a new partnership, Loughrutten and with the Shaw Head. It's got a new head teacher, and both the community and the Parent Council are basically requesting an opportunity for this partnership and head teacher to demonstrate that they can turn the school round from its present low numbers. You're presented with 3 options. Option A, which is to consider mothballing, which requires the consent of the parents, the majority of the parents, which we're aware isn't forthcoming, which takes us to option B, going to statutory consultation. But it says the last paragraph, the last sentence in this paragraph is that the school would remain operational for session 24 to 25. But according to our projected figures for the school for 25-26, the projected figures take it out with the mothballing criteria. So it's a plea from myself to members to opt for option C.
Thanks for that, Councillor Howie. I'll go and bring in Councillor Young now.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Howie has covered things I was going to say in full. What gets me about this particular school is the parental involvement and how anxious they are to be have the school continue in the community. And of course, there is an awful lot of community involvement in this particular village. And finally, I would say, at the time of the census, yes, the school roll was 10, but it bounces back up to 12 in the next couple of years. So I would support Councillor Howie in opting for option C.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Young. We'll pass it. Next one to speak is Councillor McGregor.
Thanks, Chair. I think Councillor Howie and Councillor Young have covered it. Very happy to support option 3. I think it's for the benefit of the school and the community at the moment.
Thank you. That so, strictly speaking, we should stick to a policy of mothballing. But I think there are special circumstances in this regard, as outlined in the report, with school management arrangements and new head teacher in place for it. So I'm happy to agree that if everybody else has agreed to continue monitoring the situation at Loughrutten over the year. I've got Councillor.
No, it's just to really summarise the points that have been made by elected members, and we have obviously engaged with the school community over the winter period in order to bring this report back to members, and rightly so. Members taking cognizance of the fact that the school community themselves are keen for it to be established as a partnership with Shaw Head. There will remain challenges, I think, with the numbers, and I would like just to highlight that to members today, because at the current time there are 6 of the children in the 10 that are extraterritorial, non-catchment children, so it is not necessarily a school that's meeting the needs of the Loughrutten, the Loughrutten catchment area. But we'll continue to work with the school if members agree to option C, and continue to support them through any processes next year, and continue to seek ways to try and continue to promote the school. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're all agreed on option C. So thank you very much for that. Item 4 is any other business deemed urgent by the chairman. So there's one item which I deem urgent due to the need for a decision being taken on item 15. This has been item 15. School transport, Dalry Secondary School to Castle Douglas High School. This matter should not wait until the next meeting, as this should not allow a decision to be taken before the start of the new academic timetable. The new timetable for most secondary schools and the Facing Gallery commences on Monday the 3rd of June 2024. We have a report from the Executive Director, Executive Director before us, who lays down the points. There have been requests from parents who wish to take their children to the Dalry catchment area to Castle Douglas, and looking for support for transport. It's a difficult thing for members. The Executive Director says in the report she is of the view that the Dalry secondary role has fallen to such a small number of students that opportunity for peer interaction is very limited. So at the same time, at the full council meeting, we agreed not to mothball the Dalry secondary for the school for the coming academic year. But at the same time, the majority of parents have chosen not to, in the catchment has chosen not to avail themselves for the children going to Dalry Secondary School. And the position for them is that some of them can't make that decision and find it financially difficult to pay the cost of that. So I'm leaving that up to them. Do you wish to add into the report, Director?
No, I think it's clear within the paper. I'm asking members to determine under the auspices of 6.2 in the transport policy. Thank you.
Open that up to members. Councillor Dorward's got a hand up.
She does. Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for the report, and I understand this is a challenging issue. At full council, we agreed a moratorium of sorts on the non-existent mothballing policy, and I think it was maybe understood in the spirit of goodwill that this would mean a moratorium on anything going forward. The status quo, in effect, remains. I understand that 6.2, what it says, where a school role has fallen, there are concerns of opportunities for peer learning. Transport may be offered to an alternative school. School role has fallen due to a number of external circumstances which I don't feel we need to go into at the moment. But can I ask, given where we are with the sort of status quo and the wish or decision for full council to enter into discussions with various stakeholders regarding the future of Dalry School, this is an interruption of the status quo in terms of offering transport. I understand the parents have requested this and they want this to happen, but this will reduce the role further and actually affects the status quo in terms of what we're doing. So is this reversible, is one question. Can we reverse this if parents change their mind and decisions, and discussion goes on, and we can have, which we haven't had yet in terms of the full, frank discussion that perhaps we need about this and rural and depopulation, etc., etc. Has this happened before in terms of the pupils at Dalry? And if it happens with Dalry, I know it's exceptional circumstances, would this open the floodgates for requests from other places, and would this be challenging for the council? Final question, and it is to the director, because the only person that could probably answer this, or our team, in terms of the risks to the council if we didn't agree with this, what are these? Thank you.
Director.
Thank you, Councillor Durwood. And I think this is a difficult matter. And as I outlined to Education and Learning Committee at the last meeting, that we have had for many years, certainly for some years, we have had repeated requests for school transport for the pupils who live within the Dalry catchment but wish to attend Castle Douglas High School earlier in their school career. We know that pupils who live within the Dalry catchment will expect to go to Castle Douglas High School for 5th and 6th year, but they may wish to move earlier. And that is one of the reasons we have implemented a decision. I have made the decision under the dispensations offered to me under 6.2 in that this is a temporary arrangement due to a lack of peer learning or on curricular grounds. So we currently have a number of pupils who are making their own way to Castle Douglas High School, and they repeatedly ask us for for support with school transport. So I felt that given the debate at the recent council meeting, this was something to bring in front of members but it is absolutely a temporary measure. It's for the pupils in the here and now that I need to ensure that I meet the needs of pupils in the here and now, while also working closely with the community to ensure the stability for Dalry School and working with the Glen Kens Educational Forum and others. And that report will come to full council in terms of the member officer working group as per the minute of last full council. So there is work ongoing. In fact, we have a meeting, John and I have a meeting with other officers immediately following the meeting today, and that work is prioritised. But I have at the moment requests for a week on Monday for young people who wish to go to start their schooling the year at Castle Douglas, and hand on heart, I feel that it is fair to bring this in front of members to make a decision on this matter. Thank you.
Councillor Dorwer, do you want to come back on that one?
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Dr. Bryson. What are the risks of not complying with this? Because in part of there's 3.3, there's note of some risks potentially to the council. What would these be, just out of interest? Thank you.
I think this was a statement that was, it is in bringing this to members, the risk would be if we go out with the transport policy, I mean, we could potentially, there may be options that you may wish which are not under the auspices of the transport policy, and therefore that would bring risks and open the floodgates, as you put it. Whereas I feel in this particular case, this is a defined number of pupils for a defined period for a defined reason. So if your view that we should offer transport to the pupils who are requesting it, who live within that catchment but wish to attend Castle Douglas High School under paragraph 6.2, there would be no risk to the council. But should you wish to move out with that, then we would be at risk of setting a precedent. Thank you.
Councillor Scobie wants to come in.
Please, Chair, and I think there was a long and frank discussion on the Dalry Secondary, and indeed, as Councillor Dorwin was saying, we had a moratorium on the mothballing of Dalry until we get a further report on the whole principles and policies of mothballing. But, a number of questions, and we're talking here about going out with. Are these for paid places on school transport, or are they on the grace and favour basis? I'm sure you'll come to the answer when I finish, Director. I think we have had correspondence on this from a number of people within the Glen Kens area, from Casfern to Castle Dalry and so forth, from community councils and so forth. And I think they make the point that in their mind, this encourages the decline of the Dalry school, the secondary school, which is basically not encouraging for the long-term viability of the actual school. And if the committee is minded to consider what is being put before you, as it's your right, Gillian, to put this in terms of our transport policy, if it is agreed, then can the same reciprocal arrangements be offered to pupils or parents who may wish to have their child move from Castle Douglas to Dalry on that basis that we are considering just now, so that could improve and increase the school parent role, if that was a possibility for parents to, at no charge to them, be able to then put their child or enrol their child at Dalry. Is that a consideration that we as a committee should be considering just now on a reciprocal arrangement?
Julian.
And I think that perhaps may be one of the points that we raised regarding moving out with policy, because I absolutely see the sense, if you like, and the logic path of that, but there are currently sufficient peers at Castle Douglas High School. So if the purpose of the policy is that we can, on a temporary basis, move young people and provide transport for that because there are no pupils at their age and stage to learn alongside, then it would, in some ways that would not fit the criteria, because they would be going from Castle Douglas, where there are plenty peers, to a school where we've already deemed that there are not. So that we certainly have had no requests in that direction, and we are sitting with requests from Dalry to Castle Douglas. John may wish to support me in that.
Yeah, I'd probably just a little addition to that, that when we were surveying the children, the young people, to ask, you know, where they intended to have their secondary education for this year, which is part of our timetable planning and staffing planning and so on and so forth, we actually wrote to all of the young people who were Dalry catchment, admittedly, but who were currently in either Castle Douglas, Wallace Hall Academy, Kirkcudbright Academy, and we wrote to every single one of those young people and we asked them if they wished to return to Dalry, in order that we could then work out what the best curriculum model would look like. None looked to return to Dalry. Now, I know that they're the Dalry children who are looking to come back, but as the director says, it would be set a different precedent if we were then to offer transport back to a school that have got those such low numbers. And the purpose of the paper is because we believe that it's a real challenge to meet the children's needs at that school with the low numbers, and therefore for those children who do wish to avail themselves of another school, Castle Douglas, which would be the one that would realign Dalry to, we would offer them that transport if members agree to that.
So, Willie, the policy is that we can apply the discretion where there's not enough, where it's deemed there's not enough peer interaction at the school that the person's going to. Would you want to come back?
Yeah, Chair, and I hear what the director, what Gillian's saying and John's saying, and that was to children who were in the catchment area or who were opted for Kirkcudbright and Wallace Hall and so forth. But we haven't offered it to the children of Castle Douglas. So we are to step out with the policy of transport. Then the risk to me, and maybe what Linda was asking, is that if there were any parents of children in Castle Douglas who then wanted to go to Dalry, that could be an option if there is a cost attached. Hence my reason, is it grace in favour or is it paid transport?
Firstly, the question you asked for, I didn't answer, sorry, is around statutory transport. This is around a right to be transported to Castle Douglas High School as part of their full-time educational provision. And I think I've picked you up correctly that the question here is whether it would be within policy to offer Castle Douglas pupils who live in the Castle Douglas catchment transport to Dalry, and that would not be within policy, because the same could offer in that we could be offering transport from any school in Dumfries and Galloway in order to attend Dalry. That would be the precedent at which we were advised that would be cut out with current policy, because there are currently sufficient peers in the school in which they reside.
Thanks for that. Councillor Lowe, very quick.
Yeah, and I think, you know, just to reinforce that, that's the challenge that I see, that any parent could then challenge that, and that's a risk in moving out with. So that, you know, it lies with the individual in terms of if they wish to challenge that, the statement made.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. Will Councillor Lowe?
Thank you, Chair. You just partly answered my question, Director, which is this is for the pupils who are choosing to go from Dalry to Castle Douglas for their full timetable. I am assuming that those who want to be at Dalry but have to go to Castle Douglas for part of their timetable, that transport is provision under 6.1 in the policy, so that will happen. But the question is, how many pupils are we actually talking about?
John, do you want to give us an overview of the current pupils and the picture of the work that you've done? Thank you.
Absolutely. So I think there's different numbers that we're talking about here. So in terms of the number of children, the number of requests that are currently live for those who are looking for transport from Dalry catchment to Castle Douglas, it's 2. There are 44 young people from Dalry catchment who currently attend Castle Douglas High School. I haven't got the figures for the other schools because that would be the school we'd be looking to align the children to. And it's a predicted roll at the moment of 17 for the start of the new timetable in a week on Monday, as the director has said. So that's the total numbers that we're talking about across the piece. So hopefully that gives you the information you're looking for, Councillor Lowe.
So are we just answering the request from the specific parents? Are we saying that all other pupils that go from Dalry to Castle Douglas are going to get the same? Have they made requests? I mean, are they treated differently at all?
They have made many requests over many years. I think we have always been of the view that Dalry School is open and it is their catchment school, and if they wish their child to attend another school, it is their responsibility to transport the child. But I think as the role has fallen, and has fallen more markedly, and particularly for young people who wish to start their senior phase, there has been dispensation given for S4 pupils because, of course, senior phase is S4, 5 and 6, and there have been insufficient peers. So there have been a number of repeated requests from some of the parents of the 45 catchment children. But as John says, we have 2 urgent requests, and repeated, I have to say, very patient parents who have made repeated requests to us to transport their pupils, their children, to meet their own needs, which we have in the past and over the past year have recommended be best met at Castle Douglas High School. Thank you.
Councillor Hill.
Yeah, hi. My questions are similarly along the lines of Councillor Lowe's there. So the 44 that currently attend CD, is that because the senior phase moves on to Castle Douglas? Is that the norm, or is that through choice? And what year group? I mean, and I don't want to know who the children are, but what sort of like year group are the children in? The 2 children that are requiring this, are they in senior phase? Is it so that they can be with peers and also so that they can access courses that are going to then put them onto the positive destinations that they're wanting to go to? I'm a wee bit confused because we've talked about Castle Douglas being sort of like the senior phase for where most Dalry pupils go to. Is that the norm? Is there the opportunity for them to stay and do senior phase at Dalry and access all of the courses? If we could just have a bit more clarity around that again, please, I think that might help members influence the decision. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hill. You'll know that Dalry is an S4 school and has been for many, many years, and pupils from Dalry catchment have always gone for generations to an S5 or an S6 school, whether it be at one point it was Kirkcudbright Academy, and more recently it has been at Castle Douglas High School. So with the advent of Curriculum for Excellence in 2002, where the senior phase was determined as S4, 5 and 6, that brought challenge to the model at Dalry School. And at that point, that's why we started to discuss with Dalry whether an S4 school, an S1 to S4 school, was in fact compliant with Curriculum for Excellence. And that has been a challenge in asking pupils to transfer at the end of 4th year as part of what should be a coherent 4, 5, 6 offer. So we're now 20 years on, and I think I fully understand the challenge of the parents, the current parents who want the best for their children, and the challenge of the community who want to retain secondary provision in the Glen Kens. These are 2 very deeply held and cared for views, and we are trying here to balance and navigate through both. And so in answer to your question, there are pupils who are currently attending Castle Douglas High School, as is their right, because Castle Douglas because Dalry cannot offer an S5 and 6 given its current enrolment status, and there are pupils who are attending Castle Douglas from S1, as is their choice and their right through parental choice, because they feel that Castle Douglas meets their needs better, and they are going to move to Castle Douglas anyway to complete their senior phase.
Does that clarify that, Chrissy?
Yeah, can I just come back in on that? So the pupils from S5, S6 that attend Castle Douglas, do they get the transport provided by education, I'm assuming, yes.
Yes, they do, because in terms of the law, if you like, the Castle Douglas, Dalry Secondary School is only registered to provide S1 to S4 education. There's no enrolment status. A school is enrolled, registered with the government in terms of its enrolment status, and it is only registered as an S1 to S4 provision, so they are entitled to transport for S5 and S6. Thank you.
So is there enough room on that transport for these two pupils to be a part of that, please? Or would it be extra transport that would need to be put on, please?
If I can just come in here, and I'll maybe just emphasise the point the director made just a minute ago. So I've just done a check of the pupil numbers from S1 to S4 in terms of the children that are in in Castle Douglas, and it ranges from, for example, 10 S1s to 11 S4s. So there's not a huge difference in terms of the range of young people that have selected to go to Castle Douglas. I suppose that is the question. If members agree, we haven't done any of this work at the moment to try and look at the transport implications. That would be the work we'd have to do. We'd have to speak very quickly and carefully with our transport colleagues. They're clearly aware of the paper and have had input into the paper, but we haven't actually proactively taken forward any actions, which clearly we'd need to do depending on members' decision. There are some grace and favour spaces, but there may also be a requirement to bring on additional transport, depending on what the decision of members is. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Jimmerson.
Thanks, Chair. Notwithstanding, I've got great respect for the community to try and keep the secondary school up and running, and that's something that will be discussed between the director and the stakeholders themselves. What I want to remind people of, these are young people. These are children that's got to be doing the Nat 4s. They don't need this political football getting juggled about. If going to Nat 4, it's a really important year for these. They need that clarity, and they probably need to be at Castle Douglas. So my plea is we don't lose sight of the fact that these are young people in a very important stage of their education, and we mustn't forget that.
Anybody else want to come in? So it's a straight choice, really, because Councillor Dorward.
Thank you, Chair. It's just to suggest perhaps an amendment to the recommendations which we have discussed. So at 2, it says members are asked to consider the school transport policy and determine whether the school transport is offered to pupils. I think in between offered and 2 can be put on a temporary basis, because that is what we have discussed and effectively said is reasonable. And I think, whilst not an ideal solution, perhaps it's a way forward, so it can be discussed again. That leaves room for that. If people are agreeable, I think that would be a reasonable way forward. Thank you.
So what does it exactly mean? Is we offered the free transport on a temporary basis? Which is within the policy. So we all agreed that we offer this free transport on a temporary basis. Do we say it's for the year? Temporary basis, okay. Everybody agree with that? God, we've got great consensus today, so thank you very much. Councillor Hill, you want to come in?
Yeah, it was just to say happy to agree to that.
Yeah. So great consensus today. We've had good debates, and thank you very much for participating in our meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.